Good morning. Welcome back to Redlock. We're doing some more common UI work today. We need to replace our 4 existing menus with the Menu System Pro versions of that, and just ensure that basic gamepad input should work with them. So that should be fun. It should be fun. We'll see how it works. Oh, I can close this. Sorry, I was just checking something out in a different branch. That's why we don't have it open like usual. And I'm tired. I am tired. This is a tiring week. But apparently here in Poland, the weather's supposed to get pretty good. Friday, Saturday-ish. Should be nice. I'm looking forward to that. And apparently quite a lot of people were watching the Crimson Desert video that we put up yesterday, which is pretty cool to see. I'm excited for that game. I'm cautiously optimistic. But man, I hope it does well.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Dude.
Oh! Is that your fetish? Is being called a retard? You've set activity goals. Is today your day to meet them? No. No, it's not. Thanks, Watch. What changed? Custom cursor file.png. Okay. How's it going, Rex? What did we write down yesterday? We wrote down, we have 4 menus that need to be uploaded. Refactor, checkpoint, escape menu. Playtest finish and startup message. Two of these are pretty easy. I think the checkpoint and the escape menu might give us a little bit of trouble, but we're going to try to hack those in. You know when the band vibrator says calorie goal hit while eating candy or something though? How does it know calorie goal hit? What the fuck does that mean? Calorie goal. What, that you've been eating too many calories? I don't want to watch to track how many calories I'm eating. Let's start with the checkpoints. I'm very curious how it's going to treat widgets that are, you know, part of a list like this with navigation. Should see. Measures calories burnt during day? Yeah, but like how? Well, I mean, okay, well, measuring calories burnt, fair. I thought it was measuring calories that you intake. Candy does give calories? Yeah, it does. Unfortunately. And then you try to buy like those healthy candy or healthy snacks and they just taste like nothing. Okay, there's a little bit of... I think we should just make like a new one. And just replace WBP checkpoint. At least that's my initial thinking. Let's do that. This is just a temporary widget anyway. But we need more experience working with the Menu System Pro, so. Yeah, let's do this. This is our new escape menu. I'm just gonna copy this over to checkpoint. We'll just work off of this because this has some of the basic stuff set up. And we can delete most of this. They do have the menu canvas panel as a variable. Interestingly enough. And then this common bound action bar. Oh, it's for the actions that you can do here, of course. I don't know if we'll need that. We'll try just copying this. Telling yourself the beautiful corner is temporary? Well, it is temporary. It is temporary. Are there like any good examples of other game beautiful corners that have been made? Yeah, there's a couple. Some people have different interpretations of it. A little one here. One here that's a bit more than a corner, but I think it's very acceptable. Yeah, there's one here too. Maybe something longer like this could benefit us more than a actual corner. Some good ideas. Think we should do bigger space? Okay, we can block out a bigger space and replace it. That is very much doable. Okay, so we have a list. I wonder how it does with lists. I'm kind of worried about that. And then we have the button. Those buttons were which class? Submenu button. Okay, let's replace this. Submenu button. Although it looks like this, because it's part of common UI. I'm kind of okay with that for right now. Function over form. I mean, there are some different styles here. I don't know the difference between these though. Like title screen button style. I don't know how that stuff works. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's name this to be close. And then we can tell it that the first desired focus widget should be close. Although I think we might change that to try to look for the first item. We'll see. I think we should try to tell it to look for the first item. If it's there and valid, then we can use that. What's up, Andres? I've gotten addicted to Terraria again. Addicted to Terraria. Jesus Christ, too many T's. Too many T's for 9 a.m. The new update's been pretty cool. They have a lot more quality of life built in now, especially with like crafting. Really nice to see. Fun game. Okay, checkpoint was doing some input shite. And I think we were explicitly telling it to set up widget. That's being called from somewhere. And we're gonna want to replace wherever that's being called from. It's probably on the widget itself, or on the blueprint itself, for the checkpoint. Which we don't need to do. We could move it to uninitialized in the widget itself. Yeah. Oh, because we're sending in the owner. Yeah, because we need to know which one the player is actually currently interacting with. And that was a very simple solution to do that. That's fine. I mean, I guess we can continue to use that. Not the end of the world. Let's use event initialized. To set up the widget. Checkpoint widget reference. I don't know why we were doing that. It's been so long since I made this. The fuck were we doing this for? To probably unlock checkpoints. Create the item, set it up. Why were we giving it its own reference though? Under what use case would I need that for? Oh, to call back to remove from parent. Yeah, it's a bit hacky. Especially since this could just be a regular widget object reference. That'll fix that problem. I guess there were some things we changed here. And I don't know why. Okay. Well, yeah, we'll run this on... Initialize, set up the user widget. I think what we'll do, I can kind of fix this using a different method. I'll just promote this to owner. If and only if owner is not valid. I'm not going to worry too much about this organization here. This is very much still a temporary widget, but we need it working, of course, for testing, so... And we'll replace all owner usages with owner BP. That should fix that problem. If it is valid, we can probably just return out of here. This is going to look very weird. But it's really just temporary bullshit. Okay, checkpoint list. Get child at index 0. If it is actually valid. Then we can cast to... I need to grab it. I need to check if it's actually enabled, so we need to grab it as a list item. Which, funnily enough, Rex, I learned something yesterday about the casting because I was curious about performance for it. If the object that is returned and plugged into the cast is already of the type that you are casting it to, like if you know that it's that type, it is actually faster, slightly, very negligibly faster, but it is faster in terms of performance than a blueprint interface call. But, of course, blueprint interface calls win on modularity in that case. So, there are some... Interestingly enough, I didn't think that casts were ever faster than blueprint interface calls. So that kind of blew my mind. Yeah, it's interesting. So it kind of means like you probably still should be careful about with casting, but it means that there are some safe uses for it where it's like, yeah, if you know it's already this mode, apparently what it does is it just compares the memory references, like just does a quick hash check and it's like super fast. But if it has to try and match that up because it's not the same and it fails, that's where I believe it becomes less performant than a blueprint interface fail. I don't know, but I think under the hood that they are pretty much the same on modern systems. If you're optimizing for mobile, maybe it matters, but PC, meh. So that's fun. I learned that. Now let's do a select here based off of that. If true, we want to focus on common user widget object. Oh, because that list item is not a common user widget. So we can't plug that in just yet until we have the list item changed up. Okay, we can do that. I don't know if I want to reparent here. I don't know if I can reparent here. No, I cannot. We gotta make a new one. Okay, and we'll copy the canvas panel. Delete. Paste. Replace with child. We're gonna have a lot of broken stuff, of course. Let's fix that up. I have global menu config set here. Interesting, it shows Redlock menu config. I wonder if that's a problem. Or if the redirector is a fallback and then it redirects to the config that we actually want. I guess we'll see. Oh, and B teleport should probably not have... Yeah, we need to replace this button. There's like 3 buttons here, and I don't really know what the... I guess we'll just use this one. We did padding of 5 on the right. Teleport. I think the styles of these are going to look really weird. I'm kind of okay with that. The whole point of common UI is that we reuse like the same base widgets, and then when we need to update everything we can do so from the style data assets, and then that will propagate throughout all of our widgets. So once we bring in, you know, like, or we start focusing on UI art, or we bring in like a UI designer, something like that, then they can just work with that, and it shouldn't impact any of our widgets from like a functionality standpoint. It's the hope, at least. Okay, we don't need to worry about this or this. I'm not gonna have a confirmation on teleport. The thing is that it's listed as a parent class WBP menu. I wonder how they handle children. There's like a menu container here. Should we be using a menu container for like the list itself? I bet I could figure that out from their like main, you know, settings menu, right? Or was there examples?
Daddy.
How's it going, man? Buttons, input, multiple saving settings, special. No. Tabs, no. Mouse cursor keybinder. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, they have like their settings menu. I think there are, yeah, there are scroll boxes in here. They are just BP menu scroll box. Holy fucking shit. What is this? What in the absolute clusterfuck is this? I cannot have another crash out rant about blueprint organizing today. I can't do it. But man, do they make it difficult some days. I don't even want to look at it. I'm not in the mood today. I'm not in the mood for any of this today. I can't. Interesting. BP menu scroll box. That's quite interesting. So they made their own. They made their own scroll box child even. I didn't actually know you could do that. Like it's just a separate blueprint class. Huh. I never considered doing that. Pretty cool. It's like not a widget or anything. It's just a widget component class. And then these are WBP options picker. There's an apply invisible button, reset, and clear input invisible button. I guess these are maybe buttons to show up for this bottom like action thing that he puts there in the footer. I don't know. Well, we could try switching out the scroll box for this box. For this BP menu scroll box. Menu scroll box. And this was checkpoint list. I mean, assumedly that should still work because it's the same base type. I don't know if that'll provide any better functionality. Who the hell knows? And he puts sliders in here. I wonder if it can support other menus though. Options pickers. I'm a little unsure about that. I wonder if I'm doing it wrong. If maybe this shouldn't be parented with WBP menu, but maybe a different class. Menu container base common button. Footer, rotator, drop down. Inline button. Large tab button. I don't know. We shall see. But I think my intuition is right here. But only time will tell. Can I change the text color on that? Normal text style. Do they have like the style data, but then there's a style here. Different text colors. Let's get it working first. I don't want to mess with styles today. I don't really understand them very well. And I'd rather just have it working. That would be a good start. Okay, this can be deleted. Or actually, we need this setup widget. T teleport. Yeah, it's changing the text name to teleport to current location. Could we still hook into that, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. I can set text style. I can set up button text. I could do it. It probably shouldn't be done this way. And I don't really want to I don't really want to change their... No, we just need to grab button text and we'll set it directly like that. I'm not going to make I'm not going to mess with the base class or anything. Because they're doing things the right way. I'm trying to break that for temporary purposes. As we can clearly see. Okay, B teleport. Did they use on clicked for their buttons? On widget clicked. This is just on clicked. Is there a difference between clicked and on widget clicked? I don't know, let's just use what they're using. Where were we setting up the checkpoint widget, ref? Oh, that just needs to be on here. But we probably don't need either of these. Yeah, we probably don't. Unless we just run this resume game from menu. We'll just try that one. This is the wrong widget. I just realized this. That's the right widget. So there was like a initialized menu or something, right? That we were seeing yesterday to actually like pull this up. Hey, Kiwian, you been wondering that? Like how to like make the menu. There is this like create and show menu. Oh, yeah. Why am I just actually forgot. I'm in just chatting still. Gee, thanks for telling me about that. Forgot. Hold on. Professional streamer. There we go, it's all better now. But yes, we don't know. No, that's probably real. Game is real. I just don't know if it'll be fun. I don't know if it will have a sustainable loop. I'm not sure. How you doing, Bully Chin? Menu system actor. Where is this being called from? Because I know that they had like a function to grab this actor. This one here. How's it coming along? It is... It's something. It is something. One thing at a time. Refactoring is fun. Checkpoint list submenu index. I don't know if we needed to plug anything into that. Refactored a couple of your main scripts, went from 2,000 lines to 1,000. Well, technically, number of lines doesn't necessarily mean that it's worse or better performance. But probably in your case it is. But there are some instances where it's not. The same thing with less code's almost always better. I don't agree. Because it depends what the code's doing. You know, you could do like, you could just break everything down into a single function call and then it'll only have one line, right? But if that function call is doing some really horrible things behind the scenes, what will that do? What will that do? Okay, well, it did show up. It did show up. Payload object reference. Can I use that payload anywhere? Does that actually get shoved to something? Because I wouldn't mind using it to send a self-reference. There's in payload a navigation exit. Where does that get sent? Menu container instantiator widget. Which creates a menu container base widget. Jesus Christ. What the fuck, man? This has like so much overhead. Is this... I should not have dug down this rabbit hole. I mean, does that mean that this has a payload? Theoretically, that should work. If I plug it in. Like a nuclear reactor scheme, it is... It is a lot, man. I'm really starting to question whether or not Epic knows what they're doing with UI. Sometimes it feels like it's easier to make a game than it is to make UI for the game. Like, I can't be the only one that thinks that way, right? Almost empty. 3 drops. Worth it. Throw it on the pile. Is it actually hitting this? Is it actually getting here? Received payload is unknown. I mean, it should have payload. Oh, I think that's some other use. I mean, I could find some other way to make this for sure. That I wouldn't have to send in the owner. It'd be a little bit annoying. Fuck. Fuck. Yeah, I could rewrite something a little bit. It would be a little bit. We can do it. We can do it. It's like I'm making this menu, but I have no way to grab it and send it some shit. It's probably a smart thing. But I would like to. There are some bindings though. On menu container add finish. Bind event to menu container add finish. Menu container add finish. Where's that being called? Yeah, but that seems like a bit hacky. I'm just kind of avoiding the inevitable anyway. I think it'd just be easier to store a local variable for whether or not we're interacting with this checkpoint. And I just feel like I should just rewrite my checkpoints as a whole. Ugh. I hacked these in a day to test them. And I'm wondering what the difference is between like a menu and a menu container, but it does kind of put the menus in a container already. So I don't think I should make a new container to put submenus. I would just kind of like it building the list. It's kind of weird that it shows that we skipped the check here. I'll just skip the check here too then, fuck it. I don't give a shit. Okay, checkpoint list item is the old one. We want checkpoint list item new. It does have a button called B teleport, but it's not that one. If it is enabled, we can set it to that. Otherwise, set it to... Don't run setup widget again. I worry that this will just be out of order, but this is just for focus. I don't really give a shit. Just need it building and adding those items. Not doing. Probably because we are actually not telling it to set up widget, but we should be doing that. My mistake. I did need that there. Thank you, Timo Well, for the text. I appreciate that. Okay, it is at least there. I don't know what the focus looks like for it. Of course, we have the close button, but it's not doing anything. I thought we universally told menus to pause the game too. Unless I undid that. I could have sworn we set that up though. Yeah, always pause. Why do you no pause? Hmm. At least those parts are working. It is spawning the wrong list item. That's fine. That's easy to fix. Forgot to set that up here. Although I don't know if I'm supposed to create the widgets and then just add them like that, like usual. Or if I should use this create and show menu. It's not really a menu. It's a sub-child. I mean, I could just try it. Whole thing is fucked anyway. But no, because I can't add that to the... I don't think so. I think I should just do it the regular way. Okay, we plug this in. Validation. Do I need to plug these in? Previous menu. How did we end up with this being parent class main focus widget? How the hell did that change? Oh, it's not specifically needing those. For now. Also not the new one. Oh, because I once again added it to the old one. I'm stupid. Oh my god. Fuck me today, I guess. Let me try with my controller. I don't think it's setting focus on the right child. Battery 75%. I like that because it's remained plugged in forever. So, 50%. I feel like the battery on this thing is like literally just shot. One of those old laptops that it doesn't run if you don't have it plugged in. It does move between those. To be fair. I didn't think it would. I'm impressed that that is just kind of working. Maybe I should just refactor the checkpoints as a whole then. I mean, I don't like the usage of the buttons, but I'm not gonna fuck around with how they look right now. As we know with common UI, that's a future thing, we can just do that. It is so tempting to just stop working on the game and just load up Terraria. I can't. Can't. I'll get home. I can play it when I get home. As much as I might want to, I'm going to enter hard mode tonight. I'm playing on a new master world. I'm just farming out some of the fishing quests. Because I only need one more piece and I can make the cell phone. I just need one more. There are days like these and it's fine. Yeah, it's like... What's the point of making games if you don't love playing them? I'm just gonna delete a whole bunch of the fluff. Yeah, so we were using the current checkpoint to determine which one we're actually interacting with. We'll need some other way to fill this. And we know that we can't bring in the owner. That's not gonna work. Did the back button close actually work on this? Oh yeah, it does. Like, office employees are productive all the time. Sometimes you just waste time till they clock out and you get to use them more effectively. True. Wait, did it? The controller's upside down, that's why I was walking weird. Oh. It didn't return focus to the game. It's kind of weird. It's very weird. Can I get the children on this? See, I wonder if it is... If I should be grabbing its button and setting that as the focus and not the widget as a whole. Oh yeah, that's better. Grab its pussy. Shut up. You know, back, like 10 years ago, I used to... 10 years ago, I used to stream as well. Probably over 10 years at this point. And I used to do a morning stream and an evening stream. And I would do like different games in the morning and the evening, like for 4 hours each. I kind of enjoyed that because we could have like a... I remember very explicitly, like morning I was doing Talos Principle, and then evening we were doing a Terraria playthrough. And I kind of enjoyed that because the evening streams were like really chill. And Talos Principle was breaking my brain, of course. As Talos Principle will do. That was fun though. Yeah, current checkpoint. I could still send a current checkpoint. We just need a different way to grab the current checkpoint. And I think I'll do it with this, with the interaction. But it is very imperfect, and I would have to then call back and reset them. Kind of annoying, but it'll work in the meantime. Is not empty. Get some space on that. That sounds straight. The fuck? That's better. Sorry, I turned into a hyper-religious dad there for a moment. For each loop with break. We know that one of these is going to be the currently interacted checkpoint. So we'll do a validity check if it is valid. Get interacting with checkpoint. If true. We can simply break there. Get current checkpoint. Grab its ID. That should work. Only trouble is when we actually teleport. Or close the menu. We need to run this. Really dumb, but I gotta do it. We will obviously not use this when we have proper checkpoint menu.
We are, and if you, in fact, if you look, come to think of it, well,
Well,
I gotta look at this myself.
yeah, list item 2 on teleport.
What a view.
What a view. Were we sending it in the associated checkpoint? Get Marco Rubio doodling. Oh man. How was I teleporting correctly? I thought I unplugged the associated checkpoint. So confused. Oh, maybe it's grabbing that from the row ID. Yes. Yes, it is. Man, I gotta refactor checkpoints as a whole. I don't really want to do that today though. But this is like super old placeholder bullshit. Politicians are silly, aren't they? Silly people. You know, I would be more... It'd be more endearing to call them silly if they weren't powerful and doing a whole bunch of shady and illegal and unethical and immoral stuff. You know, a kid grabbing a crayon and drawing on the wall is silly. That's silly. You know? Oops. Drew on the wall a bit. I'm not sure if I would describe any of the behavior of modern politicians as silly. You know, I could still pull away the player's inputs. Didn't I do something too for... Oh, focus input on UI. And that'll store input. But it does require a widget to be plugged in. I think it'll be okay if I don't plug in anything to that. It seems hacky though. Where's my tick trace? It's very weird. If I press close on that, it fucks up with the controller, but if I click close, oh no, it also fucks up there. Probably because I'm taking away the inputs. Teleporting I'm not though, right? Oh no, teleporting I am. But teleporting should return the inputs. Yeah, see, that's returning it. That's not for some reason. Yeah, and then with the disabled one, it doesn't know what to do next. I think I'm doing too much hacking here. We should see if they have any examples in their widgets of a list with buttons. Not a list with options, but a list with buttons. I'm also kind of wondering if explicitly setting them as disabled is not what we should be doing and instead be using the... Oh, that's because this is the wrong... I'm stupid. This was the wrong one. Hold on. That's fixed now. When back is pressed there, it's really weird. I don't know what's calling there. Yeah, I think I'm initializing checkpoints in the wrong way with this. I definitely think I am. It would be easier to make this from scratch. Like completely from scratch. But I need to find an example of how they're doing it. Like, I'll do it. If today, instead of, you know, making these 4, we just focus on checkpoints, it's fine. This is exactly why we plan to do this earlier on. And, you know, so we don't have like a million widgets that we have to completely refactor from scratch. 4 is a lot better than 40. But I deserve some almonds. It's got like holes in it. Well, nothing ventured. Maybe I eat a worm. And it eats my brain. Good. About fucking time. Text input. Options picker. Slider. I mean, I guess what we would do instead of building a single... Well, that's kind of what I made, was like a separate... Do they have any, like, example where they're dynamically building something? I don't think anything here actually, you know, builds it, right? Drop down list item base. Holy shit. I think this is what I needed. All on list item. Yeah. I mean, there's only that singular text string. It'd be nice if it was a little bit more involved, but we could copy this. Or make a child of it, but I guess no, probably making a copy of this and then modifying it for our needs. It's got a list of options and array. Where is that? Fuck. I've been sleeping like ass this week. Too many mind. As they say in Last Samurai, too many mind. I mean, I could modify. What does the widget look like right now? I think it's just a title and description, right? I could append that.
Daddy.
Here's the funny thing is they have this running on construct, which we know, and it clearly says here, this event may be called multiple times. I'm very curious why they didn't use uninitialized. You know, Dramlux, you would like it because there's also a level 6 mid and a level 6 top. So you really get to choose your preferred positioning here. Hey, does anybody know when, like, if I get my wife to poop out a baby, right? Not that we're planning, but just if. Right now, that kid would be considered Gen Beta. Like, I would be raising a beta. I obviously don't want this, right? So when does Gen Beta end? Yeah, you don't want to raise a beta. Dude, it's until 2039? 13 years? Dude, I won't be... She won't be able to have a child in 13 years. Are you seriously saying that I am going to have to raise a beta no matter what? Really? Fuck me. Fuck my kid. God damn it. Do we know what the next generation is going to be named? Big beta? I don't fucking know. Gen AI, shut the fuck up. I hate that that's accurate too. I really hate that. Shut the... I want you to never talk to me again. It's not even that it's only funny, it's that it's also accurate. That was the stupidest, most intelligent thing you could say all day. God damn it. Barely stable to survive myself, how could I raise a child? Hey. Hug it out with me. I know how it feels. We'd love to have a child, but it's like, okay, but where do we put it? We don't have enough space for it. We don't have enough money for it. You know, she's doing her work, I'm doing my work. Who's gonna raise this child? I don't want to raise a child that way. Just have it, I don't know, sitting at home or... You know, of course, we could always leave it with her parents, right? We could have... But, you know, grandma and grandpa should not be the, like, replacement mother and child. My cat would call the child services if she could, so... Yeah, it's another one, too. It's like, how do you... You never know how a pet's gonna deal with it. I think usually, though, like, dogs are pretty accepting of a new family member. Cats can get pretty jealous. They don't like anything taking over their time and attention from you. Cats are very protective and do not like anything sacrificing them. I could make this work. What I don't like, though, is that I am initializing drop-down items. I mean, they are buttons. But I can't really send them any sort of information. I suppose if I do make a copy of this, I could customize it. Maybe that's the smart thing to do. Is like not only copy drop-down list, but also copy drop-down list item base. That's probably what I should do. Oh, I had made a base class for focusing input on UI. I kind of forgot that I made this. We don't need that anymore, though. The other day, an internet guy came. My cat had a whole meltdown over not being allowed to monitor him in her territory. Cats are silly, aren't they? Like, a lot of people will call cats aloof and unloving. Like, they don't care. I don't know how they're raising their cats, but I have never raised a cat like that. I've raised cats who are, like, super loyal, super loving. They love to cuddle. But it's a mix. Some of them like other people. Some of them are pretty open. I've noticed that, like, generally speaking, I think male cats are a little bit more open and female cats are a little bit more reserved. But I'm sure there are outliers to both of those. They each got their personalities. Okay, we'll copy drop down list and then the drop down list item. Just coming to bed nowadays all the time. Our cat, she will sleep almost always because I toss and turn like all the time at night, so she knows not to sleep with me if she wants a good night's sleep. She'll cuddle with me before that though, because she knows that I give the best belly rubs. But then she'll sleep with my wife right by her head, which my wife doesn't always like because sometimes it means that her like neck is crooked at nighttime. But our cat will always try to spend time with me when I get home. She very much misses me. She goes into hyper mode when I get home, and then cuddles with me. And she likes, turning into a sausage next to me on the couch. So she'll just come up and she'll, do her little walk around to, push the grass down because that's her instincts. And then she'll flop down and just lay like straight next to me up so I can give her some belly rubs. So I've never understood the whole claim of cats not being loving. It's like, dude, you must be raising your cat wrong because I raise cats to be annoyingly loving. Drop down list item. See, I don't know if I can change this. Although I don't know why this one now has different text. I don't know what happened to it. Oh, because we changed the... Yeah, we changed the base type. Fucking hell. I don't know if I should be doing this. Just take time to get used to you, and some dogs can just be friendly from day one. Yeah, I think dogs are lower maintenance to become friendly. And a lot of people treat cats like they don't require training when they absolutely need as much training as a dog. You need to teach it how you like interact socially. You have to be stern with behavior too. I learned a while back to just, I raised, I've been with cats my whole life. I've never owned a dog. So I understand cats. You just raise them the same way that you see them being raised on like Animal Planet. Just watch any documentary with cats, and any time the cat does something wrong in the video, do the same thing to that cat that the mother does to that cat in the video. And you will find very quickly that you can get a very well-trained, very loyal, well-behaved cat. It's that easy. And play with them. You know, play with them. I wouldn't recommend playing with your hands though, because then they will see your hands as toys. I wouldn't recommend that. Always use like a separate toy or something. That's a common mistake too, especially when kittens, you know, you're training them, you're playing with them as a kitten because it's like, oh, it's funny, they can't hurt me, they like when I play with hands. It's like, yeah, you're raising it to think that of your hands as toys. Is that really what you want? Like when you really think about it, I wouldn't recommend it. Cats like habits, everything happening at the same time. They feel most relaxed and friendly. Dinner at 6, always playtime at this time. Mine always comes to my office at the same time every day. Yeah, I think you're right. I think cats are creatures of habit. That's a good way to put it. Drop down. I don't use one of those timed feeders though. Because every time I see people use those, it looks like some dystopian, you know, movie where the cat just like instantly jolts and then shoves its gob full of food in some unhealthy way. It looks really bad. I don't know. I understand why people do it because it's like, oh, I don't have to think about it anymore because it'll just feed my cat and I don't have to think about portion sizes. What I found to work, yeah, like we used to use a bowl at home, like just, you know, fill a food bowl. But then we noticed that sometimes cats seem to have bad eating habits. Let me see if I can find it. It took like a couple hours for our cat to get used to this at first, but we did it as a kit, oh yeah, here it is. We use this, exactly this. Apparently this mirrors how cats would be, you know, dealing with their food in real life. And so not only is it like a good exercise, but they have to work for their food and it slows down how fast they eat, so it's better for digestion. And if you fill one of these big ones up to like 75-80% of the way and then just pour in equal amounts into the other ones, it's exactly the right portion size for an adult cat for a day. Yeah, and it's like, it's super cheap. You know, it's not mechanical at all. It's pretty easy to clean. I definitely have had really good success with this. Also use egg carton packaging for this too, sometimes even scatter the food all around in the pockets. I think that's a really good idea too. But I can definitely recommend this exact model. It was like super cheap, and I think there's like so many other ones that are like this. She was a little bit confused though when we first did it, but I'm like, she's either gonna learn how to use it or she's gonna starve. She's got two options. And she learned how to use it. I just need to get my wife to stop feeding her treats. Like, I want her to put the treats on, you know, on this little tray here so that the cat always associates this place with food and not oh, randomly being in the kitchen somewhere is now gonna get you food, or doing something else. Here we get smart and just tip over the packaging. There's some pretty good ones. These other tubes too. Bamboo shoots are kind of cute. But yeah, these cat feeder things are like, I don't know. I don't think that's healthy for the cat to just be like super cuddling there with you and then hear it turn on and then just bolt. I don't like it. I don't want it. She's my queen. It's like heroin for cats. It really, they do kind of react like that. It really does not seem healthy. Why is that not compatible? Oh, because this is making the wrong thing. Drop down item clicked. You're training your cat to have resilience when she wants food 20 minutes early. I'm pretty lucky, so you know, it's because every cat you seem to learn something different, right? I'm pretty happy with how we've trained our current cat, and she just gets very, very cuddly and lovey when she wants something. She doesn't really like make a lot of noise to get our attention in that way, and she doesn't like act up. She'll just get very, very overly cuddly, and you'll be like, okay, what do you want? What you want? But I'll take that any day over acting, you know, out of control or doing something bad. Cuddle behavior to get attention is good. I didn't change those inputs. Oh, these are custom events. They do have inputs. It just acts up in the morning with those baby cries, especially in weekends when we sleep in. It sounds like a baby about to starve. Pretty funny. Up down list Redlock object. It's accurate. Yeah, I messed up those delegates. There we go. On item focus, drop down item. That's the base item base object. Item base object. Sorry, I'm trying to fix this. Kind of annoying. Okay, drop down item unfocus. On item unfocus. Item unfocus. What the hell was that? Oh, it's just being unused. Okay. And those casts will fail too. They're not using anything though, so hopefully that should be fine. Okay. Just so fucking annoying. It's just so annoying that, like, the owner part of my brain is like, maybe it's worth the money to just hire a technical UI designer. Like somebody who can do the designs and get this implemented. Like full time, somebody to just deal with that shit. I can't imagine how expensive and difficult it'll be to hire somebody like that though. I can tell you what though. I know from experience, a lot of companies have problems with UI, and there's a lack of technical skill from the designers that are often hiring or applying for these jobs. If you can actually manage to wrangle and create a really, really good setup for handling UI in Unreal, and you can like do not only the design of it, but also actually implement it, you will make fucking bank. It will be very easy for you to get a job. It's not easy to learn though. It's definitely not easy to learn all of the navigation and focusing and dealing with gamepad input. But you can make a lot of money doing it. This economy. New job prospect for you once AI eliminates yours. What do you do, Andreas? What are you worried about AI for? Apply as a UI designer? You could. If you can make stuff like this. All these base classes. Although, please just make better blueprinting than this. That's the only thing I can say. But you'd be doing this full time. Do you want to be doing this full time? Making all of these? With common UI? All these wacky delegates? This fucking what? Do it all days? What, you love doing this? Yeah. See, I like the design part. Like, I like making... Doing the design is easy. Getting basic functionality is easy. Gamepad input can go and fuck itself. Hardcore. On widgets. Never want to look at it again. But this does seem to be working. It's just a lot more complicated than basic widgets. I'd almost want to make like a game for like mobile too, because touchscreen is just, you know, we hide the cursor, but the player is clicking wherever they're touching. That would be easy. Never have to worry about controller inputs. That'd be nice. Instead of the menu scroll box, we'll do the drop-down list item base. Drop-down list Redlock. Okay, well, we will be customizing how this looks. Looks bad on Phil, though. Kind of weird, because it looks like the individual child ends here. You know what I bet it is? I bet it's the border. It's putting a border on all of this. I know why it's doing that. She got 3 borders here. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it has. There are 4 borders. Absolutely wild. Okay, well I don't care about the borders right now. I don't really care if it looks weird either. Okay, we can fill in the options. I don't think this builds it at runtime. I think this only, you know, will build it Or I'm sorry, build it during editor. It's only going to build it at runtime. My thinking is I'll rename this if we need to, but I want to get this working bare bones that we can run our setup. So fuck the options. Oh, you know, I didn't know you could do that. I kind of wasn't processing it while I was fixing it, but they bind the same events to multiple targets. Well, that's interesting. I didn't think you could do that. I didn't think you could merge multiple bindings onto the same event like that. Just by supplying different targets. That's quite nice. Huh. That changes some things for me. Something I hadn't considered before. Actually, now that I think about it, I think I did know that because that's how I set up my spline events for the moving platforms. I think I forgot that I could do that. Yeah, I don't want to build from the options. Or at the very least, options here would be a set of IDs to which we could then call back to the owning, you know, checkpoints in this case, and grab its strings from that. So I might refactor options to be based on ID. And then I could get all actors that we have currently loaded. Or use the unlocked checkpoints from the game instance and fill that in. I don't know if I have a getter for that though. Get unlocked checkpoints. I do have a getter for that. I mean, assumedly it would initiate the... checkpoint list first. So I'm wondering if on... better preview the setup designer, since usually the same setup of code is required at runtime, intended purely for cosmetic updates. No, we should run this here. And then I could refactor the dropdown to not use a array of f strings, but rather an array of f names from f text. So we'll change it to f names. That's gonna break some things. What's up, Paul? How's it going, man? How you doing today? Said anything online that got you in trouble with the police lately? I did see I mean, we can both commiserate together about having weird governments. I can tell you that. I think most people in the world can. I saw some like weird story recently that so there was like some 80-year-old woman or something that tried to call for an ambulance in the UK, and she was told that she would have to wait for like 6 hours. Sounded pretty incredulous. I'm gonna sign into Twitch on my new laptop and forgot my password. It sounds like you need Proton Pass, which you can get a year of it for 50% off. That's about $250 per month. And you can sync your passwords across all of your devices with Password Generator and Password Manager. It is nice. To be fair, it is really nice. 6 hours is crazy. 6 hours is crazy. I really don't know if it was true, though. British woman 6-hour ambulance. Oh, she died. Is this real? 97-year-old UK woman dies after 10-day ambulance delay following suspected hip fracture. Oh, I'm sorry, it was 10 days. A 97-year-old woman from the Isle of Wight died after being told she would have to wait 10 days for an ambulance for a suspected fractured hip. Five days earlier, a paramedic from a local GP surgery had assessed her and noted that her leg was shortened and rotated, classic sign of a fractured hip. Burge was scheduled for transfer to St. Mary's Hospital in Newport, but she suffered a fall before the ambulance could arrive. And it sounded like she died because she heard she has to wait 10 days. I mean, it is weird. Like, it's a 97-year-old woman with a fractured hip. And they couldn't drive out to her for 10 days to just bring her into St. Mary's Hospital. Despite her advanced age, immobility, and the severity of her injury, the court was told that Burge was not immediately transferred to hospital. Where's the Isle of Wight? Okay, so it kind of looks like the only way you can get there is by ferry. But it doesn't look like it's particularly challenging. I mean, I assume that they probably do quite a lot of ferries to and from Portsmouth. There's a train. There's a cute little train that goes on there. That's weird. I don't know. That's 10 days. Something was being mismanaged there. I'm in. I'm in. Let's make a new data table. Search. Would it be specifically a data table to search? Yeah, because we're probably pulling that information from the data table anyway. It would be instance editable. You almost finished your second game? God damn, you're pumping these out so fast. Stop trying to rush me. God, I hate how condensed they made all this. Horrendous. Something connected to this? Where is it? Drop down list base. Did I close it? Oh, it was connected to the completed. Okay. Good to know. Games are good games, though? I don't know about that. Teaching yourself, man. You gotta do that every day, right? Things so close to each other. Like, calm the fuck down. Give me some space. Give me some room. Okay, it doesn't fix all the spaghetti, but it fixes some of it. We do need to validate if this is actually a good data table or not. We could always push this to a function and we'd have a little bit more safety here. And anti-spaghetti measures. Okay, as long as we know it's valid. Let's move this over here. We need to refactor the list item to not have text string, but rather have a title and we'd have to solve for the data table row. Yeah, this would have to be very specific to just... Oh, I don't know about this. I don't know. Like, I'm trying to make it a little bit more modular, but I can't really make it modular if this is specifically set up to deal with checkpoints. Can't really do much about that. So I think I'll just focus on making this work with checkpoints and nothing else. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. And then I'll move it around. Delete that shit. Delete this. Get unlocked checkpoints. Let's just do a quick not empty. Checkpoint. DT checkpoint works for me. Let's break that. We have our title and description, menu title, menu description. Yeah, those are the two we want. Icon, we can use 2 if we want. I don't think we were using home checkpoint. Probably just need those 3. And we will refactor this to then have item text. Doing an overlay. Wrap that with a vertical box, horizontal box, and then vertical box. Image. Okay, put that over there. That is the icon. Checkpoint icon. And this will be the item text. We'll rename this to T checkpoint title. What's your new game about though, Paul? Checkpoint description. Where's that pulling style from? What says none default text style? Kind of just looks like it overrode it. Okay, we'll do that. Make this a little bit bigger. I don't really care about that anyway right now. And we'll set the checkpoint icon size to... Is that too big? That's pretty big. Let's try that. Okay, Redlock list item. That looks very awkward. Mainly because of that white border. Yeah. Do a fill. File and save. Why is that not filling? Why you no fill? Oh, because this is centered. That's why. Okay, improvement. Left justify. Auto that's fine. This we can left justify as well. Set to fill. And I can put like I can put a breaker in there. And then we'll put some space between the items. Although my border is not resetting the padding. Why are you doing that? Overriding style. Okay. Why is it overriding style? I can do that. I can do that. That'll work. That'll work. Okay, checkpoint icon, T checkpoint title, T checkpoint, blah 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 blah. Good to me. We have the text string as a exposed string. I don't know why they set it to string and not F text. Very weird to me. So I'm gonna just change it here. Description text, and then we can add in a texture 2D. Oops. Icon. Texture 2D instance editable on construct. Checkpoint title equals title text. Checkpoint description. And then checkpoint icon, we can set brush from texture. Good to go. Did I not make the icon? It says instance editable. Probably have to expose that on spawn too. That would be the problem. There it is. Let's move the description up to the top. And then same with the icon. It might not put them next to each other though. It does if I refresh it. There we go. Okay, apply alpha on disable, locked, selectable. Locked button can be hovered, focused, and pressed, but the click event will not go through. How could we tell it to just be disabled? Like, I don't know if there's something specific that I have to override to prevent it from receiving focus as part of like a common UI thing. Because of course I could just tell it to, you know, be disabled. Yeah, delete this for now. That is very violently red. It's like really violent. I'm not against it. I'm not against it. I mean, it's just temporary anyway. We need it working first. How does it look with all three? If it builds all three. Okay, it's filling in the info correctly. They are selectable. It doesn't pull us out of the list though. Which is weird. If we try to go down, I wonder if we could override the last item's navigation. Oh, there is navigate to next widget undisable. Is that a exposed parameter? No, but we could set it. Let me try it. Let me just see if that works. Curiosity. Disable button with use instead of set is enabled. Oh, okay, so we should use this. Ah. I don't know what the reason means, but I'm gonna ignore that for now. Must have input wired into it. Okay, so it does disable it. It does not allow navigation. Let's try navigation. Just navigate to next widget. I can only get it, I can't set it. Okay. Kind of weird that I can't set that. Yeah, that doesn't even work. I mean, not that we would disable them anyway. Well, we would disable the one that where you're currently at. God, that's frustrating. Feels a lot more restrictive than just regular widgets. I know we can override navigation with, custom nav. I mean, do they want me to override it on the last? Get all children count. Get direction down, rule stop. Yeah, they're like keeping you within that. It feels like I'm just hacking this. Alright, give me a sec, I'll be right back. Gotta head to the bathroom. BB. Sorry about that. Where's my music? Oh, it bugged. Very silent. Oh yeah, it's just a silent song. Silent Might and Magic song. You're listening for poop sounds? Thankfully, the bathroom is far enough away from my office door that that's not an issue. Thankfully. All you're here for? Like that episode of South Park where they, you know, the internet goes out, and so they have the guy drawing the you know, fetish porn. God, I love that episode. It was a spooky ghost. Let me see. Let me read their documentation again. I need to pull up the documentation for this because something ain't clicking. Something ain't clicking. Get this quick start. I don't think the quick start guide is gonna give me what I want though. I mean, unless it actually tells me how to make a new...
Welcome to
your mom. Change project, play menu level, test settings, save and load. Not really working. Change fonts, remove design. No, I don't care about design. I need to know what the intended workflow is for Common UI and Menu System Pro to dynamically at runtime fill in a list. There's tabs. I don't care about that. They don't really tell you. There was like a default map. I mean, here's the reality. If I have to undo all of my work today, fine with me. I don't give a shit. So I will just save whatever, and it is what it is. I'll kill you. I mean, if you use versioning control, it's it is what it is. It is what it is. Par for the course for game dev. Hopefully this doesn't have any wild music. Okay, so this should have full gamepad support. As long as I didn't break anything. The problem is that none of these are dynamically being filled. These are all pre-built. And they're great. You need pre-built stuff, especially for settings and options, right? Totally expected. I mean, this server browser list would be one that populates dynamically. I could see how they're doing it for the server browser. I do like dynamic 3D menus. I love doing dynamic 3D menus. I don't know if I'll do something like this, but for sure we will have a dynamic 3D menu. It's also a really good way for players to test out the performance and tweak settings before they get into the actual game. Time to edit. I don't envy you. I mean, these have to be dynamically updating for sure. The grid layout is cool, but again, this is not dynamically, so the navigation here is already set up manually, if I had to guess. Yeah, we'd have to see which of these is being dynamically created. Inline button. Text input, key binder, drop down. Heck, if I finish in time, I look forward to it. Have fun editing. Or as much fun as you can have editing. I guess is the better way to put it. This is... You know, I was hoping after yesterday we would be like, okay, no, it's actually going pretty well. It's pretty smooth. And here we are. Yeah, because it's like this one isn't being dynamically made. Some multiplayer menu. This one is. What are the children of this? Server slot. And that is slotted in what? The menu scroll box. But they don't really have any like button at the bottom to close this. It's almost a little obtuse for like keyboard and mouse. This is a menu. Parent class menu. It's a menu invisible buttons, which I suppose appears here in the bottom right. I don't know, this is part of like this bound action bar, which is interesting. Then our scroll box, which dynamically menu scroll box. Actually, how is this dynamically filling? Create server slot widget. What is the base class for that? Server slot base, which is the common button base. Like, is any time you want set up slot from server data. Okay, so they're running some custom bullshit here for the server. There's nothing in the designer though. They're just setting the text. I don't know how to put it, but so much of this just feels so overly complicated. I mean, just look at like this server slot base and common button base, and how many local variables or instance variables, we should say, are part of this. Some of this, to be fair, is very important. Mm. There's a lot of good stuff here. To be fair, I mean, they have some pretty good base widgets. But there's a lot of cases where it just feels overly restrictive. I don't know how to put it. And I'm trying to like weigh my use cases here in a sense where like we do have a lot of interactable widgets, right? We're gonna have a lot of those, especially with like options, menus, and whatnot. Man, it just feels like it takes 100 times longer to make something with this setup than it does just to throw some basic widgets in there. And it shouldn't be the case where, you know, you spend all this time making really, really well-constructed, well-architectured base widgets. Although I guess that's debatable, and it will still end up taking you way, way longer than if you were to just throw some widgets onto here. Scaling's nice. They set up their anchoring quite well. Anything else dynamically? Maybe like save game? There's another menu scroll box. Set up save games. Save slot base widget. I'm assuming that that's also pulling from save slot base. Is it actually overriding anything within here? I guess so. So like this is where you put all the logic is in the base. And they show, okay, so I kind of get what they're doing here, which is you take like you know this is a button. So you make a child class of that button. And that's your base. This is where you put all of the logic. And you build all of the references. They have these design references here. And these are going to be different for different base items, right? So we have like the server slot base. This also has design references. I don't know if any of these are part of the parent. There's some that are very unique here, like server name, current player count, blah, blah, blah. And there's also like outer border reference. That's also in here too. And these are just like border, image, text. Super basic. And so when we set up a text in this base, we're doing it the same way that we would a text box. But we're like, you know, grabbing text and setting text, but we're not initializing that yet. We're just setting this up. Set up save slot. And that'll either set up as empty or set up slot from save game. Build widget with custom save game data. And this is where we're doing all of the reference setup. With really poor blueprinting organization. And then we're creating a child of this. And this is the design of it. And that's where we literally just on pre-construct, we just assign everything where it's supposed to go. And then we call some functions from the base. Although that's kind of weird because, oh no, it's not weird because this does not have the button. Although it is a button. So why can't we just, I don't know. Yeah, because that's like an event override at that point. Because if this is a button, then it should have the on clicked anyway. I don't know. But either way, they have button base. Make a child of that. Set it up the way you want for logic. Make a child of that. That is the design of it. And then on the list, you're adding in that latest child at runtime. That's a lot of fucking work. That is a lot of work. And they just do a little bit of extra work here for the children creation. Fuck me. There's even like part of me wondering, like, if is this is this what Epic intends? Is this how over-engineered Epic intends for you to work with common UI? I mean, I'm scared to even look at like the where's my widget debug? I'm just so fucking scared to press play and just see what pops up here. Jesus Christ. It's not even the end of it either. Look at this. That LA Noir home screen. It's not even the end of it. Oh my god, the widget stacks. It's absolutely insane. I'm just checking the Slate UI times. I mean, apart from this scene running like ass, regardless, it's just, you know, it's an example map. But still, look at the GPU times of it, especially with the shadows. It might be trying to run cinematic shadows though. Now this scene is just wild. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Stop it. Like, I mean, it's not horrendous. It feels like a big memory overhead though for what this is. Yeah, this is a demo of for home screen. But no, I didn't pay for an optimized scene. I'm just testing this out. Really curious how much like memory this all takes up, because it's initializing a lot of variables. I don't know if we can specifically see. What do you... Where's stat UI? Just drawing time. I don't think that's really working though. No, there's no way it's 6,000 created widgets. It can't be accurate. Changing graphics will also change stuff in this 3D background to see the differences. Is that how this works with our graphics settings? Yes. That's one of the reasons that I really prefer to make 3D menus, is so that players can check graphics before they get in the game. That's one of my favorite things to do. It does mean like the initial game load might be a little bit longer, but I really prefer being able to like tweak audio and graphics settings before I get in the game. Yeah, I can't, there's no way that I can believe there's 6,000 widgets being made. I've never done slate memory profiling before. I mean, this scene is, this is a very, very complex menu. There's no doubt about that. This is a learning week. This is a learning and testing week. Shaped glyph sequence memory, texture data. Can I trigger the garbage collection? I could tell to collect every frame. I'm gonna have to fuck things up though. Not do that. Yeah, I'm still learning how to profile too. We're gonna have to get better at that for sure. Because we have a lot of profiling to do for this game. You know what, let me check not this. I'm gonna close this too. I want to check the build game. This one is a little bit old though. I think I made a new build over the weekend. Doesn't matter. There's also a slate verbose. Doesn't show anything though. then there's just a stat slate. Yeah, that one's pretty nice. We obviously have some things ticking, right? Like we have the, you know, through MVVM. Total slate tick time is 0.23 milliseconds. Not a whole lot of other complex things. Weird that goes up quite a lot. I mean, I don't think we're ticking anything on the checkpoints either. Granted, every widget does tick, though. But I don't think I have anything bound to tick. That reflected in stat GPU. Although, you know what I bet it is? I bet the bottom one is showing CPU times. Or just like total between CPU and GPU. And then stat GPU. So it's taking 0.19 milliseconds on the GPU to render the Slate UI. But a total time of... Well, it says tick time. Tick time would not be GPU, that would be CPU. And windows are called slates for whatever menu system you're using. Yeah, like in the back end, it's called slate. And then like UMG is the, I don't know, other part, I don't know. Don't ask me. And there's widget blueprints, I don't know, it's the whole thing. But slate is the underline. Mistakes managing them kind of reminds me like owning people and constructing them in some liminal space. That's a good way to put it. It's just special wording. Oh, me's. Hold this back up. The main song was on Fuck No, I sound crazy. No, I gotcha. You know what kind of bothers me though? Because of my age? You know, I played the Wii, right? I played the Wii. To me, hearing the Wii songs is not a meme song. Like, I grew up on that shit. So I don't like when, like, the Zoomers are referring to, oh, that's just the meme song. It's like, no. This song existed. What the fuck? Why is it so long? What the hell? Nani? Bro, what? Guitar Hero Aerosmith, hell yeah. Rock Band, fuck yeah. Wii Fit was cool. How you doing, Ken? Am I learning? I'm seeing things. I don't know if I'm learning. No, I am learning. What I'm learning is not very good, but I am learning. This has to just be because I'm in editor, right? Right? Like, are we... Hold on. Why can't I delete these? Why is it bitching at me? Oh, because I had them selected. No. There we go. I want to go back to before we added common UI. Maybe those are just throwing, you know, large timings because of, I don't know, because we're an editor. But it is weird. Yeah, it's not significantly different here. Hmm. I have feelings. I have feelings, like I can confirm. Prevent some ticking. I want to pull up that, like, you know, generic pause menu or something. However the fuck they were doing it. I don't even know which one they had. like loaded into memory right now? Jesus. Big CPU spikes on like just even changing hovering. Does it a little bit here. It's not horrible though. I mean, like, without touching anything, you can get, you know, your slate time. It is inflated right now because we're an editor. But it can boost up like half a millisecond. What's the actual like full menu called? Not in-game menu, is it? It's kind of insane how much the CPU spikes. Oh my god, guys, I don't know what to do. Like, in one way, it feels really bloated. It feels really, really bloated and over-engineered. In another, it's nice to have the gamepad input supported. And have, you know, built-in options for, like, graphics and setting, because that can take a lot of time and it creates a lot of bugs. It's nice to have built-in support for save game stuff and being able to load from that. Add a female and make it gay. Oh, speaking of gay females, I did watch Aspen play that, whatever 1348 game or whatever it was. That game didn't look very good. And it didn't even have anything to do with the lesbian characters. It was just, like, it didn't look like a fun game. It was super janky, and the combat didn't look very interesting. The graphics weren't anything to write home about. The story wasn't that interesting. It was just like it. This one, 1348 ex voto. If I had to say anything, it was. I don't know this developer. They're a new developer. I don't know how many people they have working for them. But it kind of looks like they got a lot of stuff from asset packs. Or they have some pretty genuinely talented artists. But don't know how to, like, make gameplay. I don't know. And I'm gonna be honest, a lot of games that try to integrate HEMA don't really do it very well. And I don't think this game does it very well. It's the historical European martial arts. They try to make like sword fighting that's realistic and accurate to historical methods of sword fighting. What's up, Bane? Another day, another stream. Yeah, another stream of me. I feel like I've been here before. We were here with Coin Pusher, where it's. I don't like the default support for UI with gamepads. I don't like it. Mainly because it isn't existing. But I think that making widgets with the built-in tools is very fast. It's very easy. And it's very easy to get something up and running to a functional level. And it's not super difficult to make it look relatively fine, right? You know, I don't think that it was... We didn't use common UI in Coin Pusher, and I think that without having any sort of UI designer, I don't think that what we made looked particularly horrible. It was very middle of the road. There are ways that we could have made it a lot better. But without actually using any images here, I think we did a pretty good job. Yeah, it's like we used no images. And I'm not talking about like icons, but rather this was just like, you know, borders with translucency and a little bit of blur added to them. I think it worked. It was very minimalist. Our buttons could have looked better, but again, we just kind of did buttons without images. Got decent reviews. Yeah, it's decent. I wish it was at 80% or higher, but I obviously can't ask for positive reviews. I can only just make the game and let people judge it for what it is. Freedom of speech. There's some people that said that it gives them like really high GPU usage, and I could not track that down. I don't get that because I never had bad performance with the game. And I wasn't able to track down why people were getting like really high CPU usage or high 100% GPU usage at all time. Those were like two separate complaints that we had. There will be an initial CPU spike because of compiling shaders, but then it goes down. And then GPU usage should be very minimal. Kind of hard to show with. You like the credit card one? I like the credit card one too. I think that was the better one. 100% agree. Oh, it's like it's pretty fine. I'm running this on max settings. I don't know. I mean, we tested this with a 970, a GTX 970. And that was running the game at 60 FPS on 1080p on, I think, default settings. Not minimal, but actually default settings. And now I got this cranked up to whatever our maximum is. If I set it to default, though... Well, I don't think I have a default. Oh no, I should have a default setting somewhere. Maybe not. It just showed FPS, but it doesn't. In 10th gen Intel i5. Well, I think you should be able to play this game on an i5. Like, from a CPU standpoint, it's not very heavy. Obviously, it's GPU heavy because of being Unreal. I get 270, 290, 250-ish. Probably depends on if like we were doing a lot of physics tests, because of course this is a very physics heavy game, right? That's on medium settings. And I don't even think Rex and I knew very much about optimization at that point. Max 1080p though, we can get 170-ish. Although I think we turned off nanite. We are using lumen and we are using megalights. But we are not using nanite. But nanite's not that expensive. Lumen is very expensive. You can tell if we turn this down to low, and same with this. And I don't even think the game looks that bad with low GI and low reflections. I don't think it looks as good as with lumen on, but I don't think it's that bad. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But it definitely shouldn't be causing, you know, some maximum spike or anything. I mean, we are pushing this up to 470. Turning on VSync would probably help lower that a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, it's because I had VSync. Capping the frame rate, of course, pushes that down to 6.7. Well, that's on the pause menu, to be fair. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe people weren't running this with VSync on, and it was just pushing their CPU, which is like, you got what you asked for. You wanted a maximum frame rate while you're pushing your computer to the maximum here. I don't know. I tried to look into it, but I could not recreate, 100% CPU usage or GPU usage, even with the, lowest hardware that we had. I don't know what it is. Yet NVIDIA panel overwrite application FPS. I mean, it could be doing that. Like, it absolutely could be. And if you're pushing it pretty hard, it could be doing that. Well, VSync will force it to refresh, so my monitor refresh is 60 FPS, but your monitor refresh might be 144. So it will try to synchronize that, so if your monitor is better, it will try to push it up to that. But yeah, I definitely can't create that. I mean, I'm pretty happy with our CPU and memory usage. And I think GPU is not that bad when we are not cranking everything up to max. Although it's hard to measure GPU usage. No, there's no console inputs because it's a shipping build. I don't know. I couldn't figure it out. Oh, it wasn't the FPS that was the problem. It was that people were reporting like 100% CPU or GPU usage, and I wasn't able to recreate that problem. I mean, maybe they were running with VSync off. That's the only thing I can think of. Or they were trying to run it with below the recommended specs. But we tested this. We tested this on a mid-range, like i5 and a GTX 970. And the game was able to hit 60 FPS 1080p on medium settings. So our minimum settings are actually just like default settings. Coins should be remade into beef jerky. Right. I'm pretty happy with how the game turned out. More like The Sims 4. Or Heartopia, I agree. This game is just like Sims 4. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I don't know. Today's testing, like yesterday was great because getting the Menu System Pro integrated was easy. It was easy. Like Menu System Pro, pros and cons list, right? What are we looking at here? Pros were relatively easy setup. Built-in gamepad support or UI. Just working. A lot of pre-made menus that most games would have. options, save games, blah, blah, blah. It has relatively good document. Well, I wouldn't even say that. It has... I would say it has good style setup. Pretty good management of inputs. Like, these are the really nice parts. These are the really great parts. And I would even also add to this built-in support for DLSS, FSR, graphics. Really, really good stuff for that. However, the cons are, and I don't know if this is a con of Menu System Pro or just in general common UI. Feels bloated as fuck. Would be the big one. It just, you have to like create a million different things and set them all up very specifically to create a motherfucking button that you can just click and do things. And I don't like that. I don't like that. And beyond feeling bloated, it also just feels, and this is kind of similar, but it just feels over-engineered. Like, I'm having to do too much setup to do very simple things that, without it, I don't imagine them taking as long to make. But maybe that's just me. Widget options feel more limited. It also feels like I can't do certain things because they won't play nicely with either gamepad input. Well, it's mainly navigation, right? It really all comes down to like navigation. The navigation is working. But I don't want to have to create like 4 different blueprint classes just to have a new button. I mean, are there any other like YouTube videos of people using Menu System Pro? Like teaching it? There's a whole Code Like Me course. Jesus Christ, though. This is something I would not want to watch and do on stream. This is what, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours long, maybe? Menu System Pro, Unreal Engine Market, be aware of it. What, in a good way or a bad way? Critique video. I mean, it's 4 years ago. I've made my own crash out videos before about things. I mean, Rex says he has something. I don't know if he's still here, but Rex says he has something. Well, the thing is, like, I could watch this, but it would just take me a long time. And it's easier for me to focus not streaming. I'm just trying to think of, like, what, you know, should we use this? I guess we should probably use something like this. I mean, it does do a lot of the busy work and the background work. I don't know if I should be wasting my time dealing with it. I mean, if Rex has more experience with this, I'm okay giving it to him. But he also has a lot of other responsibilities, like doing, you know, meshing and texturing. It would be a lot for him to do. Well, I'm not going to do it today. I'm not going to watch those today. It would be something that I would just take some days off to focus on. Yeah, I'm deciding what we want to do and whether or not we want to use this, because that was the whole point of this this initial task, right? Initial spike to determines unknowns in usage. So we're testing it out, we're playing with it, we're seeing how complex it is, whether or not we can pick it up, if it's, you know, optimized, pitfalls. Technically, we aren't necessarily meant to implement any common UI right now. And then we have the Steam input spike and testing as well that we need to do before the end of March. Not implementation, but rather just testing all that. And we kind of have a full UI. I don't know if I would do this in milestone 2 for quarter 4. I'd probably move it up to milestone 1 for vertical. Although I am thinking of adding a first playable 4 milestone where we could do some of that. I don't know. Do we think that, you know, what percentage of players of this genre of games are going to be using a gamepad? How many precision platformer players or platformer players in general are using this? I would bet that it's higher than I think it is, especially because we're trying to aim for a more casual audience. Well, the reason I'm asking is because if we expect that 5% of our prospective players are going to be using a gamepad, some of this could be saved for later. If we expect it to be, I don't know, 20 to 30% minimum, we need support day one. I'm not just talking from a game perspective, because gameplay, gamepad input is easy. You know, moving the player, interacting with things, easy shit. You know, it's one day of work for me. It's the issue with the widgets, with the UI. Yeah, I really do think, I don't think Google's going to answer that for you, to be honest. Because you can find information on how many percentage of players use gamepad, but it depends on genre, and it depends on market. So if we know that we're probably going to need full gamepad support day one, and if we're doing full gamepad support, you might as well support Steam input, then we know that for a vertical slice we need full gamepad support with Steam inputs. Well, the speedrunners are not our necessarily primary target audience. You know, it's like, I could make a game for completionists, but now we're making a game for, what is it, like fewer than 5% of players of games that have, like, you know, completion lists are actually completionists themselves. We're not really adding gamepad support for the speedrunners, because I doubt that a lot of the speedrunners are going to use that, unless they're forced to. The gamepad support is for the casuals, for the people sitting back on their couches and in the chairs and just relaxing and chilling out. But nobody wants to have, you know, a game that they load up and they have gamepad support for the game, but not for the HUD, for the widgets. Obviously, that would be the stupidest decision for us to do. I mean, what did we learn from Coin Pusher, right? Coin Pusher was a very simple game. But most of my time on this game was spent with the fucking UI and gamepad navigation. I can't repeat that. I need you, Rex, today, if you can, package up your project with gamepad support. Package up everything. Don't, like, make a package of it, I should say, but rather, like, zip up the entire project files and upload it somewhere where you can send it to me. Because I need to take a look at the code for it and give it a test run. Make UIs that are in-game. You know, at this point, the most enjoyable thing to do would be to not make any interactable widgets, but of course we can't avoid. Because I could always copy its, you know, like, graphics options and the support for DLSS, FSR and stuff. I could always copy that into our own system. That would be great. That would save a lot of time. But I don't know how much of this is easy to splice in and splice out. It would be great to have their, like, save game support pulled out of there too. I'm just measuring, you know, would it be easier to work with Menu System Pro, which has a lot of stuff built in that would be horrible to have to remake or make from scratch? And it does have gamepad support working. But it feels really bloated, and the documentation doesn't feel great to teach you how to actually make something from scratch. And I kind of have to like reverse engineer this in the same way that I would have to do for, I had to do that for fluid flux. Well, it's not what I'm worried about, Paxian. It's not the number of people that are going to be using it. We know that we need it. We know it's not that we can't have it. It's whether or not we, if we use something that is not modular, then it means for any of our future games, we're going to have to remake it again from scratch. Using common UI would be very wise for us, because then we could hire a a designer or something to integrate that pretty easily with all of our style sheets. But I don't think Rex's solution is built with common UI. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rex. No, people use common UI because it shares stylization across all widget types. And it's very easy to update that. On top of having a lot of built-in support for different usages with the widgets themselves. But I need you to package up your whole project so I can give it a test run, because it's, it's one thing to say you make something, but it needs to be tested out. Fluid Flux broke me with trusting things on Fab. God, what a nightmare that was. The documentation for this just doesn't feel very deep, you know? And I don't know how much of the base system I want to rewrite just to fit our needs. Like for input management. And their blueprint organization is pretty shit too. I don't know which one would be better. It's also a question of time, right? Like, obviously I think people are using Menu System Pro in production. 100% I think people are using this. And I think that it is very usable and learnable. But, we don't have somebody dedicated to working on that, tweaking it, and fixing up bugs. Because I'm full-time trying to solve, a million different problems. Rex is full-time solving his million different problems. And if either one of us is taken away from that to now tweak some stupid navigation bug, or deal with something breaking between Steam input and common UI, it's adding a lot of bloat. Adding a lot of bloat to our time. I mean, if you're putting meshes in the beautiful corner Rex, you can sort them into the project files. 100% you can sort them up there. Just don't do any like textures or anything, because textures are the biggest eaters of space. It's every time you register a change in a branch, it's going to, because it's a binary file, a U asset, it is going to duplicate that space, right? If it's a 6 megabyte texture and we upload a new version of that, 12 megabytes. Meshes aren't too bad, because they're just not very big space anyway. But we don't want to add, a whole bunch of meshes that we don't plan to use. But versioning some things is okay. Coming out, you have to make it and still fix bugs, which would be worse. I mean, I don't have to fix navigation bugs with Menu System Pro. Like, you'd be surprised, but these 2 points, pre-made menus, and built-in support for DLSS, FSR, and graphics that are with built-in save game, I mean, you're looking at like a month of work right there. That's not fast to do. The gamepad support is working. That's a lot of bullshit that you'd have to tweak to have that working. Yeah. No, I know what you're saying. Yeah, the gamepad support is a really big thing to remake from scratch. Because to qualify for full controller support on Steam, you have to have a lot of really weird quirks fixed. I mean, what happens if you unplug the controller? What happens when you press the home button? Because in big picture mode, you don't get full controller support if you don't have big picture support. And then Steam input support too is, a necessity so that people can have their, you need natural glyphs to show that it's working with DualShock controller. Although that part is easy because there's a different plugin I can use to know which controller type we're using. I don't know. I need to fuck around with this off stream because it's just kind of, it's killing me mentally to work on it on stream. Yeah. I mean, if I think about it in terms of what we have right now, we only have 4 interactable menus. But then when you start adding up all of the interactable menus that we will have, not the least of which is our options menu, which of course is always one of the most complex one. And same with remapping, right? Which this also has built in. But we're going to have a lot of other menus that are interactable too, and maybe even some mini games or whatever. It does start to add up. Yeah, the built-in remapping is nice too. Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't glance over all of that either. Audio logs, those are actually pretty easy though. This is only partial of all of our stuff as well. Well, Common UI is supposed to replace UMG. I think they even have something else that's going to replace UMG. I don't know if it's listed here, but I know they've talked about it. Yeah, that's they've got a whole bunch of UI stuff here that they're working on. And that this isn't even done yet. UMG style sheets. Those will be nice. Improvements to plain visual effects on UI, which is something that's really broken right now. MVVM, which is still work in progress. Some dynamic UI stuff. That could be fun to learn. It's a work in progress. I mean, so is common UI. The whole goal is to have like the style assets and MVVM, so you have completely modular styling and logic drivers from the actual widget layout. Man, is it a lot of work. It's a fully working demo with all the modular bit put together so you can go in and mess with stuff, but Unreal it doesn't have anything like that. Not really at the moment. For Common UI, no. I mean, it's not fully released yet, to be fair. It is still in beta. They do mention it's not production ready at the moment. But I still, you know, would like to get a head start on it. But we don't have a dedicated programmer that could just sit on something like this. Which I think is what hurts us the most, because we just, you know, Rex and I don't have the time to sit on and babysit this. It's not Rex's fault, but you know, we're still behind with the beautiful corner and the meshing that we need. That's okay though, because we don't really need it super immediately. But then he's got a lot of unique meshes to make for different rooms. Meshes for cluttering, you know, different props. Then he's going to have to do a lot of work with lighting and visual effects. He doesn't have the time. You'll really have a hard time with regular UMG. I get that Common UI bring more stuff, but I manage a lot with just UMG. I like regular UMG. The main problem with it is gamepad navigation. That's the main issue. Otherwise, it is very, very fast to make something working, especially something that just works with with keyboard and mouse. I can prototype stuff with basic UMG, no problem. But it feels like Common UI is supposed to solve a whole bunch of problems, but by doing that, it adds like 10 layers of abstraction to where you have to make, you know, child of a child of a child of a child just to have some custom button that when you click it, it makes your pee-pee grow an extra inch. You know, it's like, well, yeah, before Common UI, I could just make a button and say grow pee-pee and it would just do it. I didn't have to have all this abstraction to it. And I think at the end of the day, a lot of that comes back to the gamepad input. Yeah, it's making things harder and it's making it take way longer for something that is supposed to make it easier. But it's not making it easier. It just feels like Epic doesn't know how to handle gamepad input. And how to make it feel good. And work without bugs. But I think Paxian is right. I think we just need to like bite the bullet and learn Menu System Pro. Because in the end, learning how to use it correctly will probably still take less time than you think a lot more than do. I don't, but funny to hear that. Especially when my current task is a spike. It's like literally the point. The spike is to think and plan. Are you a game dev? You sound like my boss. You sound like some of my bosses in the past. You sound like some of my bosses that would like walk by my desk and see me not typing anything and they'd be like, "Are you actually designing right now?" Like, yeah. Guess what you need to do when you design? It's called think. Salary lowered one more word and you can start looking. I think I need to mess with Common UI and Menu System Pro off stream. It's not good stream content, and I need to play around with it without some overhead of, well, streaming. I'll probably talk to Kotzberg too. Kotzberg does have a little bit of experience with this. Although he has very similar feelings about Common UI to me. I mean, I didn't even see any videos about Menu System Pro. It wasn't like there's anybody explaining it. I think they do have a Discord, but, you know, of course I'm not going to sit and do a 7-hour stream of me asking questions on Discord. God help me. There was a playlist, but that was just using Common UI as a whole, which wouldn't be bad to do, but it is like a 5-hour playlist. And that's not something that I can just watch and without pausing, so it would really end up being, you know, 2 to 3 days of me watching through that and trying to break down what's being done and why it's being done. I mean, I do understand more today with Menu System Pro and how it's splitting up its widgets, but it's fucking crazy. It is absolutely wild how some of these widgets are working. Like they have a custom holder for widgets here, and then each of these are these server slots, which are then server slot bases, which are children components of the common button base. And so what they're doing is they're initializing all of the variables here that they need, which is really crazy to think about. There's no design to this. There's no layout here, no layout. And there's no documentation about this, by the way. There's no documentation. They have this base here, which sets up a whole bunch of design reference variables. A lot of this is just base stuff that you wouldn't want to mess with, right? Like input, click and select, you wouldn't want to mess with it. Well, some of that you might want to because they have join session here. So they have logic in this for what happens when you actually click it, but not the design of it. The design of it, not the style, by the way, but the layout, like the design of it, is here. And this is just setting up those variables from here. But then in the server browser is where they actually build the server list. via this, it's very, very split up. And you still end up having to make a lot of children blueprints just to do different things here. It's very... It seems like so much fucking work. I mean, look how many variables are being stored in here too. It's kind of wild. It's kind of wild. This is for a button, by the way. This is a button. You know, I wish that I wish the graph was a little bit better broken up here. Because they have some of the stuff that I think is core to the scroll list. The scroll box itself. And it's a little bit difficult to pull out the exclusive, you know, like what do I need to keep here, and what could I delete if I was just copying this and wanted to reformat it for, you know, like my checkpoints, right? You know, why do they put some stuff on construct and some stuff on navigation enter? Why don't they use oninitialize when oninitialized is a true one-time fire event and construct is not? I kind of wish they had information on that. Like that was part of their documents. So yeah, I think I need to sit with this. Because it's important that we do it. I can't roach out of it like I did with Coin Pusher Reloaded. We don't have that option. Okay. If that's gonna be part of the production plan, is to learn this shit then. I'll need one day to check out what Rex made and compare the two. Are you still here, Rex? Such a is gonna be on. I'm gonna reformat my production plan, like my personal production plan, because we have things that we need to get moving. I don't want to miss these dates. I don't think it'll take me a month to learn Menu System Pro, of course. But I do need to set aside time that I can just work on that on my own time. Okay, if... You guys hear that? The pounding. Give me a sec. I gotta go to the bathroom. You and I can talk more after the stream too, but if you're still here, I can like talk to you about it here. Isn't that annoying? Yes, it is annoying. Yes, it is. I'm in Poland, okay? I'm not allowed to own a firearm. But if I was back in the States... We're back. Oh my god. Yeah, I could own a gun in Poland. You can go hunting. I am kind of considering that, but I don't really have any like car, so I don't really have any way to go hunting. I'm not gonna have a... You're in a 3-stream streak? Nice. Alright, sorry today is like a kind of a shit day, and honestly, I have nothing to save from today. Fuck progress for today. No pending change is good, because I don't want to upload anything that I did today. And we're working on mantling hand IK at the moment, Rex and I are. That's still a work in progress, though. What do I need to do? Me. Rex, I would love if you could find whatever project, doesn't matter what Unreal Engine it's for. Take the entire project and package it up. You can save some space though, you don't need to give me the intermediate and saved files. Just the, generally the folders that you would see on like our own Explorer here. So like binaries, build, config, content, plugins, and then the project file. Put those into an RAR or zip for your own solution to this. I want to check that out. $18 gigabytes? Don't you have anything smaller? Binaries and builder are also artifacts? Okay, enough. Well... Well, he's not going to have any binaries anyway. Build wouldn't be that big either. Would I really need the full 18 gigabytes? You can answer that while I'm typing this. I need to mesh out level 6 room 1. We should have the meshes for that. Rex has made some rocks that we can test this out with. We need to mesh it out. We need to do profiling. 260 gigabytes? Jesus Christ. What are you doing with 260 gigabytes? You adding in asset packs? Profile room 1 for nanite. We need multiple versions of this. We need non-nanite, nanite mixed, ISMs, HISMs, PLAs. I gotta do a full profile for room 1. That's probably gonna take me the whole fucking day. We could probably do that on stream though. But I don't know what I'm looking for, because I've never done nanite profiling, and I've barely done any profiling. But we could do that. We could do that on stream. And maybe some of you who are more experienced can help me. And help me figure out what I'm looking at. Raw assets, big chunk is WY's audio and binaries. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I need to learn fucking menu system fucking pro before I lose my mind. Off stream, sorry, I'm getting salty. I get very salty when I work in games. Especially things that are annoying. I have an 800 gigabyte project that would work. You're compiling and prepping things that comes to around 1.1. Jesus Christ. What are you doing? Your 4K assets? I mean, I've worked on some pretty big projects. I think Golden Chronicles was pretty big. I think I deleted that from this. Oh no, I didn't. That was only 50. Could have been worse. I think a lot of that was just shit stuck in. Yeah, 33.8 of that was just cache. Cache and intermediate. The game cooked down to about 5 gigabytes, which wasn't too bad. What else do I have to do here? We need to spike Steam input, and that's gonna have to happen after we figure this out. But I'll check Rex's stuff first. I mean, Rex, if it is 18 gigabytes, I don't know if you know how to make a torrent file, but maybe you could do that if you have pretty decent upload speed. If not, I can teach you how to make a torrent file, and you can just send me the torrent, and then we can just download. I'll just download it over time. Well, projects are always huge. I think some of their practices, like having a lot of assets that never get into the final build, just exist in the project. Duplicates, a lot of them. Yeah, there is a lot of that. The duplication. I mean, it's kind of like code, right? I think you need to have somebody who is a project architect and is, you have really, really good documentation and practices that everybody follows for like uploading stuff into the project. It is almost a full-time job when you're working in a team that big. It might even be a full-time project for multiple people to manage different teams and how they're handling files. I mean, it's so easy to just think, oh, we don't have this texture, let me quickly upload it. But you did already have that, and now you have duplicates. You know, now they're making it into the same chunk, and then, you know, you have fucked up packaging, and it can get out of control really fast, I think. And then you end up with a game that's, you know, 200 gigabytes in size, but realistically, it probably is only half of that after you delete some duplicates and optimize textures. A lot of times you'll upload, you know, you'll package a 4K texture that doesn't need to be 4K, and you could set its maximum size at 2K. I don't know, a lot of little optimizations like that for build and build time and build size. Level LD, we need to do this. This is also like Tech LD for profiling nanite. We do have the first exosuit ability. I don't know why this is yellow. I guess it's because we don't really have it placed anywhere. Maybe probably because we need to update the documentation. I have other documentation to do too. Shortcuts need documentation. Steam input spiking. Oh, Rex, I did this morning. I checked out the hand IK thing that you did. I think the previous iteration looked better. Even with the weird quirk for animation. Really level, it's more... Put in miscellaneous for now. We need the star set up. But I need to buy it first. Once I climbed up and released the hands. You know what? It'll be easier to show it. Multi-platform projects always have required copies of the same asset, especially if you target the whole range. It's hard to avoid a situation where you have to have separate assets per platform. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Well, even with Unreal, because I know that they have different compression, but I wouldn't think that it stores both. Well, I guess it would in the cache, wouldn't it? It would store both in different compression types. But that wouldn't mean that the base asset is duplicated. Inform me of what I'm not understanding. I've only worked on a multi-platform game from the design side, not from like the project or architecture side. So I think that this happening right at the start is probably the most easily noticeable problem, right? It happens really fast. A start notify should fix that. Okay, I don't know what that means. As long as we're on the same page of what's going on, that's all that really matters. I think the placement switches to it sometimes. So right now it's at like the default placement. Then it switches, but it doesn't switch to the right points here. I don't know why. They're both on the same Z. But I know that the vectors I was giving you are correct, or I'm pretty sure they're correct. Unless I named them wrong. Actually, one looks lower. The hand's correct first, right? Does it matter if it's correct first? Yeah, we have the right locations. And it almost looks like the normal on the right hand is correct. And notify kicks in after a few seconds, probably too early. The normal for the right hand looks right, the left hand looks wrong. Let me try and unlike this or something. Or maybe not, maybe the normals aren't right. Ooh. A fucking good climber if he can do it that way. What a submissive position.
Daddy.
Yeah, no worries. We're not in any rush to do this correctly. Maybe it's the debug camera. Yeah, maybe it is. Yeah, the right hand looks really good before. You know what it is? This kind of reminds me of like when a baby is like trying to get you to pick it up. Is how this looks. Please, Daddy, pick me up. Instead of compression, but it can make textures look worse, you have to create author assets per platform, usually only for hero assets in the game that must look good, and if you have to reduce the quality meshes for some platforms. No good automatic solution. Oh, I see. Interesting. That's something to think about. Yeah, we're mostly concerned right now with whether or not the hands are in place. So you're saying, Rex, just correct me if I'm wrong here, the initial half here I see like the right hand location and normal look good. Left hand normal doesn't look like it's proper. And are these the positions that I gave it, or are these the positions? Because these kind of look like the new positions. These are going to be adjusted, of course. These are going to be adjusted, of course. Am I right? 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 ignore that. I know why that's happening. Okay, those are the new positions. They don't look right though. Let me do it this way. Debug point. That's not it. Those are the wrong ones. Hold on. So I need to fix stuff? Okay. I'm just going to double check if the points I'm giving you are correct, because it was also late for me too. Let's do a plane of yellow. And a point of orange. That's not a very good color setup. Let's do a plane of blue. And a point of orange, size 25 point. I don't think the plane needs to be that big. Go 20 on the plane. Point, normal, point, point. Yeah, it looks right to me. It is weird. The arrow kind of looks off, but maybe it's just my imagination. Obviously, it should be perpendicular to the surface, as it is drawing a plane. I mean, the plane is right there, so I think if it were off, we'd see the plane rising up out of one of the sides. So no, those look correct to me. That was a little trickier than I thought too, because we need to grab the exact point before we even put our hands up there. So it had to be all done mathematically, which was kind of fucking annoying. And it has to be a reliable same distance away from the edge, no matter how far you are at the point of doing the mantle. Or from which direction you come in from, because of course that we're firing that trace on a forward vector, so we're not actually getting the perpendicular point along that surface. So yeah, it was annoying. It was annoying, but we did it. And that should consistently grab those 2 points no matter what we're climbing up on. We only need to worry about I'll show you like on edges here. Well, not there really. Here, then we have this issue. That is of course going to cause a problem, so this would be we would discard this and we would just go with like the correct data but applied over there or something, or just fall back to the default expected hand point. Play the freestyle climbing indie game. Karen? Yeah, plane direction doesn't matter in our case. We just care about normal and location, so that'll look weird from the plane perspective. But nah, the points are looking good. Feet sliding is still fucked up though, so we might not push that to main yet. Yep. Yeah, it's grabbing those points correctly. Oops. We have to do a couple of mathematical tests to discard bad points and then provide some fallbacks. Oh, white knuckle. Yeah, I did see that. That was the very fast-paced parkour one. Oh, I didn't play that though. It's not really my style of game. But I like the vibe of it, and the art style was really good. Yeah, the points I'm grabbing look good. We just gotta keep tweaking it. And I think this is also before I ignore that. Oh, I have that issue because of toggle debug camera. I know where the problem is though. Yeah, okay, so this is with the old mantling fix before I had fixed it for Paxian, so there's a couple of merges we'll have to do when we're ready to combine this. But this is all segmented, so it should be fine to pull this out separately, repaste it. What's my playlist? It is the streaming public playlist. I probably should like rename that to like Microraptor streaming playlist or something. I'm gonna do that. It's on Spotify. The only problem with it is that there's a lot of yeah, it's on Spotify, but there's a lot of like custom stuff here that I have downloaded. $18 hours and 40 minutes. But we need it longer because there's a lot of repeats, unfortunately. You know, if you stream for like 8 hours a day, it's even the longest playlists kind of catch up to you. No, I think it's looking good. I think we're making progress in the hand IK, but keep working on it. I would say so. We'll keep putting this here for you. Hand IK, feet surface material. I might have to actually start making a proper Kanban board for us, Rex. I think we're at that point where managing it through a list is not going to do us justice. It's about time. The fuck? I'm a band? There's a Microraptor band? Post-hardcore? The fuck is post-hardcore? Is that still hardcore? What's after hardcore? Theme input, custom depth stencil pass. Still working on beautiful corner. Oh my god, neighbors, thank you. Yeah, and I'm monitoring logo stuff. I actually gotta kind of keep going forward with that. That'll be good though. We're gonna start, you know, branding as soon as we can, but I don't want to just start like throwing the logo out there too willy-nilly. But I would like people to know that we're working on this game. Meta Sounds is our next big black box after input and UI. I don't even know if Meta Sounds is like complete. Is it beta? Does anybody know if Meta Sounds, like what state it's in? Just so I can prepare my anus for a deep fucking with another experimental plugin. Offline synthesizer. Metasound. Metasound is... Oh no, Metasounds is fully out. There's an experimental plugin though for new features. But Metasounds is ready. I've never used it. I don't know how to use it. Complete control over audio DSP. Is that like a thing that like women get? DSP? Graph generation of sound sources via sample accurate control and modulation of sound using audio parameters and audio events from game data. But we mainly want to use that for like for filters on like audio logs. Other than that though, I'm pretty comfortable using audio. So I'm not too worried on that front. This is all for first playable 3 anyway, but to finish up first playable 2, we need to do this. That's quite a lot to do. Quite a lot to do. Okay, what's our calendar look like? Tuesday today, right? I mean, if I'm gonna mesh out level 6 room 1, which is not very much to mesh out, right? It's just our first room. And I think I'll do that before we do the planned expansion to that room. Because we just need some meshes thrown in a realistic way. The smaller the room, the better. And room 1 is pretty damn small and contained. But I think has enough of a little bit of everything, including scale, to really get a good size feel for doing our initial optimization checks. How many rock meshes did you upload, Rex? It was like 5 or something. 5 or 6? Okay, yeah, that'll be enough. We don't need it to look beautiful anyway, we just need it to kind of like... If we assume that we're going to change some of the meshes, then we of course need to test that. The biggest issue that I saw that would be like the penetration. Haha, funny word. But that's going to cause the most amount of overdraw. And the problem is we have a lot of meshes penetrating into the walls. Exactly. And this room is not even the most egregious of that. What we're thinking of doing is using hierarchical instance static meshes and just general instance static meshes with a packed level actor to disable nanite on penetrating assets like crystals or some of the rock platforms that we intend to climb on, like here, right? Like these are all penetrating into the wall. This is going to cause overdraw with clusters, and I think that in some scenarios where we have a lot of that in close proximity, we might be risking higher nanite costs than if we disable nanite, we go for less detailed meshes on those, aiming for like 10 to 20,000 on LOD 0. And shove them all into a packed level actor because they're static meshes anyway. And we keep nanite on like the background walls that are bigger, and we want to be really high fidelity. But we need to profile under all of the conditions, right? We need to just just shove nanite on everything and do a full profile test at certain transforms. So we need to just normalize our testing scenarios under the exact same conditions, and then we can disable nanite, throw in a bit simpler meshes, shove them into a packed level actor and test it again and see if there's any noticeable render timings between these two. Assumedly that way we can then scale it up and we should see similar results. But we need to work on finding out what the proper workflow is for that, and then document it. And then when it comes time to do our big room, this is going to be the one that likely has the most amount of large meshes overlapping like this. We'll see. We'll see. We need to avoid overdraw, but still make the levels relatively easy to to block out. I don't know. I don't know. Stuff like this scares me too because we have a lot of overlapping meshes, which are very easy to draw from a primitive standpoint, but if we have those complex mesh walls here and we want those to have nanite, we're going to be shooting ourselves in the foot with so much overdraw between these. And we don't want that. We don't want that. That's newbie shit. That's baby's first Unreal Engine game shit. We don't want that. Fuck, I missed. Oh my god, please stop moving your furniture. Please. They're like redecorating every day. Obnoxious. No, I don't want to do the meshing out and profiling unless we do that together, so I would save that for like a full fresh week. I don't think there's any immediate urgency to this because it is something that we don't know what the outcome is going to be, but we know that there's going to be one outcome that is the most efficient for us and performant. And we need to marry those two ideas together, even if it means I don't know. I just don't know. You know, we don't want to like do some procedural generation. Hey, Bearded Aussie, thanks for the follow. Mate. No, we'll save this for 1 week. We'll save this for a full week. There's still some unknowns, but it's not immediate urgency. The most immediate urgency is doing our spikes on menu, UMG, gamepad support. That's the biggest unknown. I don't know how long that'll take, 2 to 3 weeks. I'm expecting for us to figure out a correct pathway forward and to actually integrate some of the basics for Steam input. This will require probably that I at least get our Steam ID set up. That's pretty fast though, because we've done that twice before. You do, Bearded Aussie. Thanks for the follow. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Better Tuesday than me dealing with common UI. Tell you that. And documentation should be pretty fast too. We also need to continue with lore. But those are, I think, coming along pretty well. And there's no immediate urgency to have those done by the end of our milestone. But it would be good to have them done just so that we don't get too backed up on documentation. 100% though, highest priority, input UI stuff. Especially because we are going to start implementing more menus here. Death conditions. So like, you know, actually being able to load up once you die, a game over screen, whatever you want to call it. Saving and loading. 6 minutes from Wednesday here? Lucky you. Or maybe not, I don't know. I kind of want the day to end. I don't know. I have like PTSD with gamepad support on the UI. I really... You know, this is my bat cave, right? This is my bat cave. And there's no Alfred to save me. I guess, I mean, like audio logs too, we would probably have a little bit of UI for that, but I'm not sure. It does say design and code. I think we probably should finish up the audio logs part of the widget there. So we have 3. We have saving, loading, audio logs, and death conditions as part of our gamepad supported input. That's part of first playable 3. And yeah, it would be nice to finish up like the full meshing pass for level 6 at that point. But that assumes that we know exactly what we want for the level meshes. Although it's very much a continuation, so we just we'll just do that as we need to. Make sure that we're focusing on optimization. We'd like to be done by Q4, but I don't care if we moved into Q1 2027. And even if we have to push to Q2 2027, I'm okay with that too, as long as we get it to that level of quality. We have the tool set, we have the production plan, we have an early access plan. We need to do a lot of things right before we just hit that button and let it start generating money. Or completely flop and tank. And then I will cry myself in a corner and drink and masturbate until I am a shriveled husk of a human being. And then I will go work at the convenience store for the rest of my life and probably find a lot more happiness and less stress. That defines indie game dev pretty well, right? Oh, fuck. Nah, I don't think I'll ever stop doing game dev. I'll just complain more. If anything, I become more cynical, more jaded, and I will just complain and complain and complain until I'm a shriveled husk of a human being, but I won't become a Volt delivery person. I can't deny it. I can't deny it. Like, I get to ride out in the beautiful nature. I'll make more money. It's more stable. Yeah, I mean, you're doing a pretty good job convincing me. Indie devs are gamblers. Yeah, it is gamble. It is a gamble. There's no game. There's no amount of money that guarantees success in game dev. Here's your pizza, sir. I used to be a game developer. Sure, buddy, as we all. Fuck. You know, I think the biggest thing that you realize as a as an indie dev, that it's easy to make a game. Like, it's easy to make a prototype. It's hard to finish a game. And there's nothing that guarantees success. Nothing. Here's what I'm gonna do. Because I don't know. I can't guarantee this yet, and I don't want people getting too excited about it. That doesn't mean that I can't come in on weekends and show you guys how it's playing or something, but I absolutely cannot just slam out a 100-hour gameplay for a new game when we have so many unknowns. We can always play it later too. We don't have to play it on release. You better off selling software. You know, I could sell our platforming. I could sell our platforming mechanics on Fab. I could probably make a little bit of money from it too. Like, even for a few bucks, I can sell these platforms. They're pretty well made. And they're very easy to use. Performance is also pretty nice in them too. I could sell our effects system. Our effects system is also extremely easy to use. And it's very modular because it uses MVVM. Super lightweight single player gas, essentially. Although it's not really abilities, but more effects. A lot of games need damage over time stuff. Yeah. I hate to do it, but I think I honestly have to do it. I think I have to take days off to just focus on like learning without any overhead from the stream. I hate that it's that way. There's some things that are way easier to do off stream. You know, I should do it. I mean, we even said that as part of our post-mortem with Coin Pusher Reloaded, was that there are some things that I will have to do off stream, because if I try to do it on stream, I'm just not as efficient and it wastes time. I just, you know, I miss it. I like being consistent, and I know that a lot of you guys like to turn me on. Turn on my stream. I mean, also, turn me on. A lot of you guys like to like co-work with me, and I do miss you guys when I'm not streaming. I mean, it's possible that I could, I don't know, have a eureka moment, right? And I could just like figure it out within one day, and then I'll just jump onto Steam Input. But I'll take the next 3 days this week, and I'll just focus on this. The week after, I think what we'll try to do is, if I get this done, like Menu System Pro stuff, or at least we know what we're going to do, we can come back and we can do the meshing out of level 6 room 1 and the profiling. And we would do that the whole week. I don't think it'll take the whole week, but you know, I will schedule more time than I think I need. We're used to being alone. Some of the documentation we can do on stream. Who was it in my stream that was telling me about Steam Input? I don't know if it's somebody that was here, that's here right now, and was saying that they worked with it, they implemented it, it's not that hard. Was it one of you? Right top. Maybe it wasn't one of you. I'll have to go back and look at the stream for when we talked about that. Maybe Rex remembers, I don't know. God, I hate this. I don't know if I need that day for Steam Input. I need to talk to the person who was doing that. We can start with 2 days for that. That leaves us like, what, 2 weeks? What lore do I need to write, though? What lore is super necessary for this moment that might impact Rex's meshing or our level design? We have flares. That's ready for next milestone. And I think that's pretty good. We have power management. That should be enough to write a couple of audio logs and other, I don't know, in-game lore sources for power. Calendar feeds into the in-game time and clocks, although we do need to write up a document about this. I don't know if that's necessary to do right now, though. Exosuit. This is kind of necessary because we need to start meshing out the character. Yeah, suit's necessary. Oxygen shielding. We want to do that with a plasma window. A thin sheet of high temperature plasma, ionized argon gas shipped in from Scientech transportation, confined by strong electric and magnetic fields in a narrow channel or plane. Plasma is dense enough to act as a pressure barrier, stopping neutral gas molecules from diffusing through, but transparent to visible light and certain particles. Very high tech. But it would be a non-opaque, non-physical barrier that would keep oxygen in, but allow like people to pass through it. That should be fun. That should be pretty fun. It's gonna be really cool too from like a visual effects and sound effects standpoint because I'm gonna immersive sim the fuck out of it, right? You can imagine this in like some Deus Ex System Shock kind of universe, where as you walk through it, it slows you down a little bit. It will singe off some of your ablative. Or if you don't have ablative, it will do a little bit of health damage. It will almost like act like this weird goo that kind of it forms around you a little bit, but then allows you to pass through it. It's gonna look wild. It's gonna look wild. We don't need that yet though, but at some point we're gonna have to implement that, and that's actually going to be the non-physical airlocks that break up each section. I need to work on that more, but that's not super necessary at this point. And then just some audio log ideas. Some of these will indicate like certain failure points during the creation of the facility. Others will talk about like in-lore immersive things, so like strains of dealing with mental health issues, or wondering why Kua Kua is LHS 3844B and not LHS 3844A. and kind of digging into the standard naming convention of the NASA Exoplanet Archive. Just some fun little lore for science nerds. Dance Grenade, thanks for the follow. Happy Tuesday. I do need to get like a full history built out too. That's an important thing to include, so I guess we need facility history. So I might need 2 lore days because I don't know if I can do both of these in one day. It's a lot to write. Two lore days. Oh, jeez. I don't think I need any other days off for things. Because, like, I can do this after work. Steam ID setup is pretty fast. Just need to pay the money. And then we can do the Steam setup on stream if we want. We don't need to worry about Lumen right now. Shortcuts. Is there anything that we need to do specifically within the level itself? Like, is there anything missing here for gameplay purposes or testing purposes? I don't think so. It would be nice to mesh out the interior of this room so that we can have like the... Well, we'll wait on that one. But maybe some design document about how we want this side objective to actually like play out. Like, what's the, you know, intended events here? Does the player need to do, you know, solve some sort of puzzle? Is the turbine working? Does the player just click a button? Because that's kind of lame. I think for pacing purposes, it would be pretty fun to put like a little puzzle here or put like a checkpoint over here to encourage the player to, you know, actually come over and do the side objective. I don't mind that. I don't mind putting a checkpoint over here. I know Paxian is going to be happy to hear that. He was wanting more. And that, you know what, that might encourage him to do the side objective if we put a checkpoint over here. Continue to work on level 6. Yeah, I agree. I knew you would. Easiest sale of my life. No, I think that if we expand out this level and we make it take more time to play, I'm okay with putting a checkpoint over here. For me, a lot of it comes down to playtime, you know. Is redoing this part of the level annoying? Yes, but it's fast. You know, it takes a couple minutes. Then we have the shortcut here. This part is very vertical, but there's a lot of safety nets if you fall. This part is the toughest part of the level, I think. And if you're gonna have to redo the ending bit, I'm okay with giving you a checkpoint halfway through. Interestingly, I think this does fit our design, because what this means is that if you do the side objective, you won't have to redo as much of the level as people who don't do the side objective. Which is exactly what we want, because we want the casual players to engage with the side objectives, with the optional objectives, which means that they will have more of a safety net than those who don't engage with that. Yeah, there is the shortcut. I'm okay with that. That cuts down redoing the time for the lava flow. But it only gets you back up to here. Or it gets you back up to doing this faster. I'm okay with that. And then you would get the checkpoint here. And so if you die, you then respawn at this one. Or can, you know, teleport there if you need to. And from here, you can either go back and do this again, or you can go this route. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Add in checkpoint at geothermal. Break up halfway point. And encourage people to do the side objective. We are going to write a full optional objectives document. 100% we need that. Technically, this should be glowing, and it's not. Mistake. I'm not gonna fix it right now, though. It's just the block out. Yeah, I mean, how long did it took us like 3 minutes to get through this section here, right? It's still pretty difficult, but it would break up the level kind of in half. I see it as being very positive. Let me do a quick time on it. Yeah, I think it's got to come back around again. Wait here. Didn't we add a time skip to this? Or I think we were planning to add a time skip, but this one was a little bit awkward. I don't think we did add a time skip to this. I'm nearly 100% sure we were supposed to. Oh shit. I almost missed that one. That one's not easy, but I am okay with it being tough if we have the respawn here. Because there's no way that you can get here without having turned on the geothermal power, or at least turning on the checkpoint. And we'll make a new build with that too. Actually, we could make a new build today with that checkpoint if anybody plans to test while I'm off spiking the menu system. I don't know if anybody is wanting a new build with that. It's very fast work. Oh, I just missed it. Fuck. Damn it. Ah. We probably should do more due diligence to not make moving platforms too long. Give it a go. Just want to finish level 2, and since you fixed it that one jump, I probably will have a better time. Seriously, thank you for recording that. Sometimes those like super small tweaks, you never know what they're going to cause problems with. And what's really weird too is that morning, we had tested it. No problem. So I must have hit the wall at like the perfect angle that I just didn't find that issue. And you were hitting the wall at every other angle and finding the issue very clearly. I mean, it's not bad. I think from that checkpoint you would have maybe 7 minutes of platforms, 7, 8. The last part doesn't take too long. So I talking shit about a game earlier? Said I couldn't join in? Was I? Which one? Is there a tester to be able to free fly cam and spawn anywhere? That might be a little... Well, there is a way to do that with Unreal debug commands. I just fucking missed. I just didn't jump. The one with the women. Oh yeah, that makes it just makes it sound like I hate women. I mean, I do. No. It's the that Ex Voto 1348 game or something. I did not play the demo to this. I watched somebody play the demo. And from my perspective, this game has a very, very niche audience. And I don't think the gameplay is very refined. I don't know how much they spent to make this game. It could be a lot smaller than you'd think if they were using asset packs and whatnot and, you know, good efficient sources of animation. The demo was not very good though. And it wasn't because of women, it wasn't because of lesbians. If you want to make a lesbian game, go for it. But just note, most people who are wanting to play a game like this are probably not women, number one. And most of those women are not lesbians. And I'll tell you something, I'll tell you a big secret about women. Women have no interest in lesbian stories, by and large. If it were two gay men, ooh, through the roof, you would have female support for that game. Through the roof. But they're lesbians. And I don't know, there's not a lot of guys who want to play lesbian characters. Lesbian kissing scenes, yes. Two girls kissing in my medieval game, yes. But I don't know, I just don't think this has a very big market appeal. Every jump is with your left leg. Oh, and wait, in our game? Which game? Life is Stranger's lesbian, not directly though. I mean, I don't think this demo was very good too. I think this demo actually just sucked. The game might be better, but the demo is like 20 minutes long. It's very corridor-ish. Like, the animations of characters are pretty choppy and janky. The models aren't super high quality. It's very much like a AA production, very cheap AA production, for a game that is just not something so unique that we haven't seen it before. With a story that I don't think appeals to the primary target audience of the game's genre. And so it's like, it's all these things are narrowing the actual market that is going to pay money for this game more and more and more, to the point that I don't see it generating a lot of revenue. And I don't know how much they're charging for the game. I don't know if they've discussed that yet. An indie game dressed up with UE5 asset slop? Facial motion capture with expensive voice actors? That's not cheap. That's not cheap. That's quite the opposite of cheap. Base game $25. It's a pretty good price. But again, I don't know if it has that much market appeal. Doesn't look bad even if it was a vertical slice for investors. I'll tell you what, Bane Trapper, if that was a vertical slice, hey, anybody in the industry, I don't think that's a very good vertical slice. I don't think it is. Maybe last night we are probably going to have to listen to Meg the Stallion in GTA 6. Who's Meg the Stallion? Making the game ass backwards, gameplay first, then the visuals. They're making a movie game. I mean, if you guys want, I can play this. If you guys want, it's apparently like a 20-30 minute demo. You know, put my money where my put my ass where my money. Wait. You know the saying. Hey hero, passing by, hope everything's going well. We are talking about the lesbian game. So it's going great. I hope things are going well with you. I'm glad you're alive, man. Who the fuck is making a game about climbing high and their target audience is people who are afraid of height? Lesbian night, you say, I say. I am afraid of heights, you're right. I'm afraid of heights. Oh, female rapper? Female rappers have been prominent in the 2020s. I mean, I listen to a lot of, like, female rappers from old school hip-hop. No, it's that at least. Man, I don't know what to tell you. Game dev industry jobs right now are just not there. They're not there. I was just talking to a really capable his job is he is an Unreal Engine programmer, but also a programmer tester. And so he's like that last line of defense to catch bugs. And he's got a pretty good brain for design on him too, so he's really great to talk to from design. He's a really crucial and wonderful part of any team. I mean, I would hire him in an instant because I know who he is, I like him as a person, and I think that what he does is very beneficial to a game. Even he can't get a job at this point. Really sucks. Lord, baby girl, Jesus. Yeah. It's I have no recommendations. I have no like guaranteed proof or fully working knowledge of how you can get a job in the game industry right now, because it's fucked for everyone. Juniors aren't getting jobs. There aren't even any junior jobs. Seniors are getting fired and laid off and leaving the industry. And even the senior jobs that are available, you're competing with people with way more experience who are laid off. Sex, relationships, money, it's bad. Your only like option is just to go indie and pray to God that you find success, or try to leverage that into a job, which even that isn't working for a lot of people. Because, you go indie and what do you become? You don't become a specialist. You become a jack of all trades. It makes you great for really small teams, but unfortunately, the really small teams are likely on shoestring budgets, or even if they do open up a job, there are smaller indie developers who are actually making really fun games, and so they have the most number of applicants versus the AAA, Ubisoft or EA job. So it's like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Show the recruiter a picture of their family. Here's my resume, and it's just, you just dox their entire details. Your move, bozo. That's literally how you end you end it. That's it. That's the only text you put in the email. And you just photo of their family, address, credit card details. Yeah, you could put like salary. So it's like, here's how you get a job in the industry. That's it. That's how you get a job in the industry. That's the email that you write. Flexible schedule? There we go. 3:45 to 4:15 p.m. No meetings. Your move, bozo. So fucking stupid. Trying to get the game dev industry. I really think about that as a solo dev mindset, working on a personal project. It's almost more stressful to think about getting a job in the game dev industry than it is to be a solo dev right now. Yeah, USA companies are bleeding because they, here's the one defense that I'll give them. I think that generally speaking, working in office is more efficient and better for people's mental health than working remotely. It's not for everybody, but generally speaking, it does seem to line up in high creativity, collaborative environments, which game dev is. However, then you have to pay people that in-office salary for the location where you have the office. And a lot of these companies have offices in very expensive places back from when they could afford it. You can't compete when they can just hire somebody from Poland for 1/3 the price. They get somebody who knows English to a near native level and can do the work no problem. Like, how do you deal with that? There's a lot of negativity. I think trying and failing is better than not trying and regretting. Fucking agree. 100% agree. Better avoid physical violence when dealing with workplace disputes. Do you succeed? Working in office is probably better for those pros. It is nice. I really like working in office. That doesn't mean that I want to That doesn't mean that I want to, like, you know, have a 1 hour commute to and from work. Like, understandably, that sucks ass. But it is way better to be able to talk to people in a natural, what's the word for it? Organic way, where you have that body language and you have physical devices to be able to draw on. Because not everybody is capable of drawing digitally, right? And I think more people are capable of drawing physically on like a whiteboard than digitally. And you can combine that with, you know, like maybe you're talking about like an animation. You can just act that out in the moment. And you're doing that physically with somebody in a room where you can crack a joke, you can be social. It's not like there's somebody that has to take meeting notes. It's just, there's so much benefit to being in a room with another person than it is to work remotely and feel like you're trapped in some jail cell. Your native level, EU speakers better English more fluently and better technically than US. I can find the flaw in your sentence. I have to remind people of that quite a lot here in Poland. It's like, just knowing which your or there and there to use already puts you at a advantage over 90% of native English speakers. Minimum 90%. Lesser and fewer. Knowing when to use those. What are some other good examples? I mean, there's so many. There's like lead, 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 read, red, red, read. Can't forget that one. Can't forget read, red, red, and read. What a language. What a language. Don't include that in the email though. Don't put this part. This is your email to get hired in the industry. You're late. Your shoe is untied. Good one. Yeah, there's two. There's shoe and shoe. Can't forget that. Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay, so we have a pretty good to-do list for Redlock. What this would mean is that the next 3 days I'm off, no stream, and I'm just gonna try to hammer this out as best I can. I will come back on Monday, no matter if I finish it by Friday, and I hope that I can. We will be streaming on Monday, March 2nd, then with the meshing. Because if I don't solve it by Friday, I will need like a mental break. And then we can either just like postpone the Steam input, and I can take those 2 days to continue with menu system. And we'll just like move those to next week if we need to. We'll see. But hopefully, if we can just like figure this out, a lot of the other tasks that we have for Redlock are, in all honesty, most of these feel way easier to deal with than gamepad input and navigation on the UI. All of these are relatively simple. And then it's just building it out, meshing it, optimization we can do on stream, because I will need help with that from you guys who are way more knowledgeable about things. A lot of busy work. Audio passes. We'll need audio logs. We're gonna have to commission some people from different countries. And then I'll probably have to set up a way for us to dig into localization for subtitles, because we will need subtitles. But I might add that here into First Playable 3. I think that there's a way to hook that into... There should be a way to hook that into something. But that's a complete unknown for me at the moment of how to like manage the timings. How does commissioning work? I need to visit my layer tax lady and get that paperwork. Commissioning for usually you would do it like B to B to individual or B to C, like not B business to customer, but business to individual. What do I give to someone to sign to get their creative work as virtual data that I can document? Look up like standard service contracts with ownership of the material. And if you commission somebody through Fiverr, make sure that they give you explicit signed, digitally signed permission that the voiceover that they're giving you is going to be owned by your company. It's not their property. If you don't get that, you know, you leave the door open, not saying that somebody will fuck you over for it, but better to get that signed. Can't wait till Unreal as a written scripting language again. Written scripting language. What, you're hoping for verse? You can script in Lua in Unreal. I think they have default built-in Lua support. I think it's built in or it's through like a plugin. No. Must be external plugin. UE5 Lua. Yeah, there's Lua machine here. There's also UE5 magic nodes. So this allows you to write C++ directly into a blueprint node, which is pretty cool. I was thinking of like starting to like learn this, but man, it would feel like I'm learning from scratch again. But at least being able to like pull in inputs is pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty awesome, right? So like if you're making C++ or you're trying to like prototype, but you feel faster in blueprints, but you prefer writing code, this is an option. And then you can always nativize this all later. Jesus Christ, my speech today. Or like you are writing this because you know that you need to make a blueprint for it later for designers. And you can like test it out here. It even has like the includes and macros too, which is awesome. I don't know if you can like bake that down into a... if you could like nativize that or anything. Good for math though, because math nodes would be pretty nasty with blueprints, right? It's pretty cool. So like just it creates that blueprint shell for you. And then you can do the references. I really like that. I mean, an Unreal Native scripting language, which is in visual, would help a lot. For me, it's just better for version control, bug fixing, and to reason about. I mean, I wouldn't hold your hopes that Verse is going to fix that. From all the Verse developers that I know, Verse is very, very, very half-baked. And you might as well just do like some Lua stuff if you're looking for simple a simple scripting language to run in Unreal. I think there's also a Python. I don't know if Python has native support though, but I think it does. Yeah, there's an experimental plugin for using Python. Although I think Python is a little bit slow, isn't it? You think it's editor only? It could be. You could be very right about that. It says Unreal Editor. I think you're right. There is a plugin here that's just 3 years old though. TCP socket. Python runtime. Nitro Python run. Only $10. So there are some options for different scripting. I don't know what the best one is though, but I do know that the Lua one is... You know, I thought it was updated, but it might not be. It says 9 months old. And it's this one. This is working with up to 5.6. Math VM. I don't know. They're pretty cool options though. I think the magic node is the most interesting of these. And something that I would probably benefit from jumping into. I feel intimidated by the API though. Oh, this kind of makes it simpler. Because I kind of know in my mind too, like if I'm calling the character, I know what the character has on him. And if I just think in terms of nodes that already exist or functions that already exist. I don't know. Something to look into one day. Well, we didn't make any progress today. Okay, to be fair, I think we did make some progress today. We learned more about how Menu System Pro, you know, how its hierarchy works to initialize even like simple buttons. And so I think that over the next 3 days, I will try to just recreate that checkpoint menu again, but I'm going to rewrite it like totally from scratch, completely. I don't want to keep any of the old code. Sure, it's working, but you know, it wasn't that much work to get working in the first place. And I'll just try to focus on getting those like children showing and getting them working with navigation, focus on how we can disable and enable certain ones, or if we even should do that, or maybe just show it in a different way to avoid those issues. And once we feel comfortable with that, then I can like propagate that mindset to the other 3 interactable widgets that we have, 2 of them being very simple because they're just buttons. And then try to figure out how we can like manage the styles. I've never messed with that with Common UI with the stylization. And then once we have that, we can come back. I can show you guys what I built and what I learned from those 3 days of spiking. We'll do a week of meshing and profiling for nanite, which should be pretty fun because I've never done that before. Doesn't seem too difficult either, just kind of like time consuming, looking at graphs and trying to figure out differences in rendering times for the scene. I've never done that before, but the profiling tool seems to give us all the tools we need. And the week after that, I will jump on Steam Input for at least 2 days, because I've never done that either, but I need to find the person in my chat who was telling me about Steam Input, because they've worked on it before, and probably connect with them to ask them some questions. So for the next 3 days, I'm off. But I'm here at work, and I'm just going to be focusing on common UI and menu system. And dying internally. Do you guys really want to see me play this? It's like a 20-minute demo. Do we do it for the lulz? How big is it? 10 gigabytes? Alright, let me go to the bathroom. I'll download it. We'll come back. I'll start a new recording. We'll end the day on a low note. You know, this will prepare me for tomorrow, right? Because how much worse can it get than this? Give me a sec.